Good morning, Ms. DiPaolo.
Good morning, everybody. How are you?
Good, thanks. And you?
Good, thanks.
Looks like we have about a minute to start, folks. Ms. Loudon, will you be leading this morning?
I will, yes, sir.
Mr. Weeb, how are things? Are anybody in the waiting room still, or are we good to go?
No, I think we're good to go.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We left off yesterday, actually completed with transportation and cross, and we're ready for Stoney Nakoda's direct this morning. Before we get started, any prelim matters or housekeeping?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. It's Melissa Senek from the city. The city of Calgary sent an undertaking response to Mr. Ray and Ms. Friend respecting our undertaking about the Government of Alberta and TransAlta agreement. And we sent that yesterday afternoon. So it's my understanding that our undertakings are now complete.
Okay, thank you. And we have that. Was that sent to the board as well?
It was sent to Ms. Friend, yes. I don't think it's been entered as an exhibit though. And I do realize that I didn't copy Ms. Loudon on that, so I can forward that to you as well if you don't have it.
I have received it through Mr. Ray. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
And this is Laura. I have entered it as exhibit 363, so it is on the website.
And already posted. Okay, thank you, Ms. Friend. So 363, did I hear that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sennett. Anything else? Okay, Ms. Loudon, you've got around 2 hours and 40 minutes, I believe, was the requested and approved. So that'll take it'll take us into a good part of the morning for sure. But we'll likely have a break. I'll try to get a break in there somewhere that's sort of a natural spot. But we'll just sort of play that by ear. But for now, then the floor is yours and welcome.
Thank you, sir, and good morning. The Stoney Nakoda witness panel today for topic 2 includes members of the distinct nations of Bearspaw, Chiniki, and Wesley First Nation, namely Mr. William Snow, Elder Jackson Wesley, Elder Henry Holloway, Elder John Snow Jr., Larry Daniels Jr., and Chris Goodstoney. Also sitting on the panel this morning is Miss Megan Berry. She's an archaeologist contracted by the Stoney Nakoda Nations as part of their review of the as part of their review of the SR1 project application. So this morning, Elder Jackson Wesley will be performing a prayer, which each of the Stoney Nakoda witnesses wish to have serve as their affirmation this morning. So in particular, the prayer will serve as affirmation for Elder Jackson Wesley himself, William Snow, Elder Henry Holloway, Elder John Snow Jr., Larry Daniels Jr., and Chris Goodstoney. After Elder Jackson Wesley performs the prayer to affirm those witnesses, I suggest that at that time, the court reporter swear or affirm Miss Megan Berry. So at this time, I will turn to Elder Wesley and suggest that now is the time for him to perform the prayer. Sorry, I'm just looking.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay. Sorry about that. My name is Jackson Wesley, and
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Our court reporter is having difficulty hearing you. Is it possible maybe for you to speak up? We want to get this on the record, so to be, Mr. Paolo, just give us. Can you just give us one, just maybe a quick check on
Good
sound?
morning. Hello. Hello. Good
Much
morning.
better. Yes, much better. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. My name is Jackson Wesley. I'm a Stoney First Nation, and every time we do something like a ceremony or gathering, we always do the opening prayer first for Creator first. We pray, and at the end we always say a closing prayer too. So we hopefully do that at the end. So somebody can do that. So I'm gonna say prayer in my language. So please bear with me and help me. Aktuyabi waushigno waka mahpia tayaunle. Nuni nagando hakena wasta yagi ni chuha. Ini chinkshua wajina barshin jiras kiana ngichiabiuna nashta chehna pijamde daangi jiabichin. Tanos kanane om da pingi chiabichin da snugi chiabichaos o maini michin. Ma coaching parmishich ongo gyab da ya inkya. Ode jabi coaching parmishich. Ishnies jiras nehanga yahim. Dini charge konstangi abichin. Amen. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Elder Wesley. So now I would suggest would be an appropriate time for the court reporter to swear or affirm Miss Megan Berry.
Then. What?
Okay, Ms. Berry, would you prefer to swear on the Bible or affirm?
Affirm, please.
Okay, can I get you to raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll just briefly introduce Miss Megan Berry and ask her to confirm her credentials. And then I'll turn it over to Mr. William Snow, who will introduce himself and the other Stoney Nakoda witnesses. Ms. Berry, your CV is on the record as Exhibit 343. Can you confirm that your CV is accurate?
Yes.
And can you confirm that you were contracted by the Stoney Nakoda Nations to complete archaeological and cultural heritage assessments relating to the SR1 project application?
Yes.
Can you provide a brief summary of your education and experience?
Yes. I'm an archaeologist and a cultural heritage manager. I have worked in the heritage field professionally since 2010. I received my PhD in archaeology from the University of Western Australia in 2018 and my master's in cultural and environmental heritage from the Australian National University in 2011. I also hold a Bachelor of Fine Arts from the University of Lethbridge, which I was awarded in 2007. I am a permit holding archaeologist in Alberta, and I have undertaken historic resource impact assessments for industry and development projects. And I have supported traditional land use and knowledge surveys and studies. Most recently, I was privileged to be part of the Writing on Stone ASINAPI UNESCO World Heritage Nomination Team and support the management of heritage sites within ASINAPI. I am currently an archaeological and cultural heritage consultant.
And can you explain briefly what your role was in helping the Stoney Nakoda prepare evidence regarding the SR1 project?
Yes, I supported and co-authored the Stoney Nakoda Interim Traditional Land Use Report, and I also supported the Stoney Nakoda response to the EIS.
Thanks, Ms. Berry. Mr. William Snow, can I ask you to confirm that you are the consultation manager for Stoney Tribal Administration?
Yes, I am.
And can you confirm that the evidence of the Stoney Nakoda Nations in this hearing was prepared by you or under your direction and control?
Yes, I can confirm that.
And do you therefore adopt this evidence on behalf of the Bearspaw First Nation, Chiniki First Nation, Wesley First Nation, as well as the wholly owned company Worstigignabe Limited?
Yes, I can confirm.
Thank you, Mr. Snow. I will now turn it over to you to introduce yourself as well as the other Stoney Nakoda witnesses, and then we can begin the direct evidence of this panel.
Shnish, thank you, Sarah. Good morning to the chair and panel of the NRCB. Good day. My name is William Snow. I'm the consultation manager for Stoney Nakoda Nation, and I am a Wesley band member, and want to thank the board. I want to thank the elder Jackson Wesley for beginning our prayer today to start us off in a good way. And I want to thank the board for recognizing Stoney Nakoda Nation and allowing for our time here to speak today. I have been in this role of consultation manager since 2012. I am a graduate of the University of Lethbridge in business administration, and also attended post-secondary courses at Mount Royal College. I have been in this role since 2012, as I said, and I am coordinating many of the provincial, industry, and federal projects on Crown lands within Stoney Traditional Territory, and have been doing this with a team of some of whom are taking part in our presentation today. I will introduce some of the speakers as we go prior to their speaking, but for now, I would like to begin with my own presentation here to get us started off. I was also would also like to mention that I attended Springbank High School along with many of my brothers and sisters in the 1980s and 90s, and have connections in the community over many years. Today I will be speaking about the opposition that Stoney Nakoda Nation has to the SR1 project. First, I will speak about the misunderstanding of treaty rights, and then I will turn to the incomplete interim cultural assessment report with some comments. I will also comment briefly on the disrespectful treatment of Alberta Transportation during the field work. And I will also then talk about the cultural importance of wildlife. And then I will talk about some of the misunderstandings about the capacity for this project for Stoney Nakoda Nation. And then I will conclude with some comments around the impact of COVID-19 on Stoney Nakoda Nation. As signatories to Treaty 7, the understanding of treaty rights by First Nations and by government differs greatly. These differences should be well understood, especially for projects like Springbank Dam. These differences include Indigenous and Western cultural differences in language and communication, and in differences for the purpose of the treaty. To illustrate some of these differences, I will be speaking on portions of the book, These Mountains Are Sacred Places by Chief John Snow. Regarding Indigenous and Western cultural differences on page 39, Snow states, the cultural misunderstandings surrounding the treaties were very deep and very serious indeed. During the treaty making, two parties representing two significantly different cultures attested their signatures. One was my people, who had an oral tradition and history. Under North American Indian law, whatever words were spoken and oral promises given during the formal negotiations were remembered and were legally binding. The other party was the federal government, representing the Queen of England. Under their system, only the written word in black and white was the law. Regarding language and communication, another quote begins, the treaty commissioners performed their assigned tasks oftentimes unaware of the full meaning of Aboriginal law and title, without knowledge of our language, without the benefit of the most elementary background as to our history, culture, and way of life. Many of our present-day problems derive from the consequent confusion, misunderstanding, and apprehensions which surround the signing of the treaties, close quote. Another quote begins, common justice and common sense suggests that both North American Indian law and British law should have been binding in the treaties, yet I'm sure that the government representatives and at the negotiations were well aware that in the future only the written statements contained in the documents would be honored and upheld by the courts if there were any disputes. This is now true. Only a narrow and literal interpretation of the treaties in most cases is upheld in court today. But my people, who had an oral tradition and had honored verbal agreements in the past, thought that the government would also honor what was spoken during treaty making, close quote. Regarding the purpose of the treaty, another quote begins, another basic misunderstanding at the negotiations concerned the purpose of the treaties. The federal government wanted legal title to the entire Northwest Territories so that they could be developed by the white men. And the treaties were a natural outgrowth of federal policy. We, on the other hand, understood them to be strictly peace treaties. Given the difficulties in translation and the different cultural attitudes towards the use of ownership of land, our forefathers did not realize that they were ceding land to white men for all time. The question of restricted land and the number of acres per family never came up until the coming of the surveyors and railways, with the subsequent flood of ranchers and settlers. Close quote. These quotes give some background as to our understanding of treaty. Yesterday, we had some discussion of treaty rights, so I thought it would be important to understand that there are two different perspectives when it comes to treaty rights. Another quote from the book begins, it seems that some of this misunderstanding was intentionally allowed by the government because it was to its advantage to extinguish title to Indian land as quickly as possible. By creating a legal situation in which it could soon send out surveyors to make legislation stating that there must be legal land descriptions and titles to the land, the government set its own stage for control of our land and resources. The government kept these papers in its office and therefore controlled the land. My people had very little say, if any at all, about the land after the treaties were signed. The misunderstanding of treaty and the protection of treaty rights is at the heart of this SR1 project. The taking up of land by this proposed dam will impact lands where my ancestors have camped, hunted, gathered, fished, and trapped, as well as other activities since time immemorial. The interim cultural assessment report created for this hearing was incomplete and does not discuss all of the impacts to the Stoney Nakoda Nation Treaty and Aboriginal rights in the proposed project area. With regards to the incomplete interim cultural assessment report, Stoney Consultation completed an interim report for this hearing. Over the years, Stoney has conducted fieldwork where we have been able to conduct it in such a way where we address our cultural concerns regarding landscapes. For example, our elders and consultation officers were not able to travel to all the areas that they wanted to see during the fieldwork. Fieldwork had to be conducted by a group, and traveling around in an area, travel by an individual was not allowed. In terms of consultation fieldwork for many other projects, this type of restriction was never in place. During the course of fieldwork for many other projects, we have had access as groups, as individuals, to go out to many places for our consultation work over the years. And this is the one time where we had this type of restriction to only travel in groups. One important part of the cultural assessment process is the conduct of an elders meeting after the fieldwork is complete. This elders meeting should have taken place to recap the findings of the fieldwork, and then these comments would have been incorporated into our final report. This whole piece of the report was not conducted properly. We were rushed in order to comply with this NRCB filing deadline. We were rushed because of the incidents that happened during the field work. We never had resolution on those items, and we'll speak a little bit more to those comments later. The cultural assessment report concluded 13 recommendations that focused mainly on mitigations for archaeology, wildlife, and cultural monitoring. Having culturally appropriate protocols in place for the project is important, should the project be approved. I would note to the board that within the current First Nations Sacred Ceremonial Objects and Repatriation Act, there is no regulation concerning artifacts for Stoney Nakoda Nation. I would also note that Stoney Nakoda Nation has been involved in the repatriation of human remains on Crown land and private land in Alberta. I would also note that there are no real protections in place for Indigenous grave sites in cemeteries in Alberta. Regarding the disrespectful treatment during the fieldwork, I will leave that portion to my colleagues, some of whom took part during that time out in the field, and give you their firsthand account of their experiences at that time. Turning to the cultural importance of wildlife. In 2016, the Stoney Nakoda had the opportunity to conduct a study titled Enhancing Grizzly Bear Management Programs Through the Inclusion of cultural monitoring and traditional ecological knowledge. Through this study, the Stoney Nakoda were able to identify a culturally important species that are grizzly bears in a culturally important landscape, the Galatea region of Kananaskis, and offer some alternatives to understanding how grizzly bear behavior, understanding the foundations of grizzly bear behavior and habitat. The knowledge from this study was based on Stoney Nakoda traditional knowledge and oral history. This is the type of study that should have been afforded to Stoney Nakoda for the Springbank Dam project area. We have included a copy of the 2016 Grizzly Report in our submissions. Regarding project capacity, in the Alberta Transportation responses, there is discussion about the funding amounts that were identified as being available for Stoney Nakoda Nation to conduct studies in the project area. What is absent from this explanation is that regarding federal funding, much of this funding was only accessed in December 2020. Prior to this time, project funding was only available on a reimbursement basis. As a First Nations government department, Stoney Nakoda does not have the ability to front-load funding for projects such as SR1. In other words, Stoney Nakoda doesn't have $100,000 in our bank account just waiting to take on expenses. We had no arrangements in order to access funding for this kind of project prior to December 2020. I would also note that overall consultation funding for Stoney consultation decreased from 2020 to the 2023 term. The impact of COVID-19 on Stoney Nakoda Nation has been severe. For Stoney Nakoda Nation, the first state of local emergency began on March 17th, 2020, and was in effect until June 19th, 2020. The second state of local emergency began on January 11th, 2021, and is still in effect. Also, since March 10th, 2021, there has been a curfew in place for the Stoney communities from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. Additionally, the first consultation pause started on March 25th, 2020, and ended on April 21st, 2020 as well. The second consultation pause started on April 23rd, 2020, and is currently still in effect. I would note that some of the archaeological fieldwork for SR1 took place in July 2020. Given the state of local emergency, Stoney Nakoda Nation did not participate in this fieldwork due to ongoing COVID-19 and other concerns. The Stoney Nakoda communities at Bighorn, Morley, Rabbit Lake, and Eden Valley do not have modern infrastructure, telecommunications, or facilities of many non-Indigenous communities. Housing shortages for families on reserve create crowded living conditions. These crowded living conditions can exacerbate the health issues presented by COVID-19. In the AT responses, AT comments that the abundance of time available to Stoney Nakoda Nation to meet and to be consulted on SR1. Yet there is no mention of the state of local emergency. Similarly, there is no mention of the consultation pauses that have been in effect and are still in effect. In summary, the misunderstanding of treaty rights, the incomplete interim cultural assessment report, the disrespectful treatment of Stoney Nakoda elders and officers during fieldwork, the incomplete assessment of culturally important wildlife, the lack of understanding of project capacity for First Nations, and the lack of understanding of the impact that COVID-19 has had on Stoney Nakoda nations. These are issues that Alberta Transportation and its contractors have not consulted properly nor meaningfully on this project. The disregard of Indigenous historical issues, cultural issues, wildlife issues, health and safety issues, the disregard of these issues, that is the hallmark of a colonial system. For all these reasons, the NRCB should not approve this project. Those are my comments for today on the for this portion of the program.
Thank you, Mr. Snow.
Thank you, Mr. Snow. And I believe Elder Jackson Wesley will be providing his comments next.
Yes. So Elder Jackson is an elder with the Bearspaw community and is and also a member of the larger Stoney Nakoda Nation. Elder Jackson has taken part in many ceremonies on reserve and is very much respected elder within our communities, and we're pleased and happy to have him here today to speak to a few issues regarding the project area. Elder Jackson, go ahead anytime.
Yeah, good morning again. My name is Jackson Wesley, Stoney First Nation. Let me tell you about my grandfathers. My great-grandfather's name is Peter Wesley. He was a chief back in the early 1800s. And my grandfather, Moses Wesley, was born in late 1800, and my dad born in 1905. So I've been told about this land, which about like graveyards and names. That's why the people using me as ceremonies and opening prayers, and because our Creator put us here to take care of our land as First Nations. If we do ceremony, we don't just like a party, overnight and for tomorrow we forget it. We were not like that. Creator put us here to take care of our Mother Earth, and especially our medicine and our water. I've been told about this trail. Back in the old days, they used to travel through that on the highway number 8. Travel a lot, and when the white people here, they use that trail as Calgary Stampede. When the Stoney travel comes to this Calgary Stampede, they use that trail. Back in the early 40s, I believe, I heard this Stoney man. He was born in that trail along that, I think right beside that highway number 8, close to that petrol. I'm not really too sure, but his name is Irvin Simeon. Back in the early 40s. This woman was traveling along there. He was pregnant, but still she wants to travel. So he been travel and along that trail he was so in labor. So that's where they have a, a labor and he said it's a baby boy and his name is Irvin Simeon. That guy passed away back in the 90s. That's kind of story I've been told in the old days. We look after our medicine and water and along there's been animals around there. That's been if we dig that on a highway 8, if we destroy that, where this animal's gonna go? What's gonna happen to our medicine? It won't grow back, you know. Once it's gone, it's gone. Uh, this dam, I don't think that's a good idea. No, they always the other way. If we look the other side, the different ways, we always a different way. We can't find the other solutions like another dam that can take care of anything like. And since the COVID hit us, everything would slow down, and now some we lost some of our elders, and but we keep our faith strength strong, and especially our stories. Uh, along that trail, there's a lot of stories. I'm pretty sure. And there's a graves, stony graves. I've been told about at least 10 graves. It's there for stony graves. That's what I've been told. If we search and look around there, we're pretty sure it's there. That's what I've been told. And yeah, and during the midsummer, early spring, our stony people will travel to that areas, gathering pig berries, medicines, and sometimes you can grow their own medicines at their house. That's where they're taking it, but they have to take it really carefully. But where they're growing medicine, we can't touch. We have to leave that. Yeah, that's all I can say. Because people use that trail on that Highway 40, and they really do have respect on that trail because the animals and especially the moose or the deer. There's travels for the animals too. Sometimes if you travel on that highway, you can see the dead and deers, animals. If you see something dead on that highway, that kind of animal is got trails through across that land. There's a lot of different animals trails along this area. So we don't want to destroy that too because we respect the animals too. And I heard they've been disturbed. When they're disturbed, they're going to the other people's houses, and especially the bears. They can't do hunting anymore because there's a lot of houses everywhere. There's no food anywhere, so they have to go to the garbage can. That really hurts me. Thank you, and that's all I can say today. And thank you for having me. Thank you.
Oh, Vishnesh. Thank you, Elder Jackson.
Who
Just thank you, Elder Jackson. Just 1 minute, please. I think the court reporter's trying to. I don't see. Where are you?
I just didn't know who was speaking that last.
Elder Jackson Wesley.
Thank you.
And then I think Mr. Snow just he thanked as well. That's who was speaking last. Sorry.
Thank you, Ishnish. Next, I think our next speaker is going to be Elder Henry Holloway. Henry is a former chief, former counselor with the Chiniki First Nation. Elder is taken part in many groups and committees over the years for the Morley community, various communities in the Bow Valley and in Calgary. Henry's family has been taking part in Banff Indian Days and Calgary Stampede for many, many years. Henry is a very important, respected elder in our community, and we also took part in the fieldwork for that took place back in 2016. So he'll be speaking to some of his experiences during that time. Elder Henry, are you on?
I'm on someplace.
Oh, I must know.
How about dinner? Well, I'm Henry Holloway, and lived on this reserve for 79 years. And I think I have a pretty good knowledge of our past oral history passed down to me by my great-grandfather and a grandfather that I traveled with way back in 1960 when I was 17 years old. I had the privilege of traveling with Chief Walking Buffalo. He was sponsored on the Goodwill tour around the world. We went through Vancouver, Hawaii, Fiji Islands, New Zealand, Australia, South Africa, Central Africa, Cairo, and we went to Rome, the old ancient city of Rome, and we visited the place where the Vatican stands at St. Peter's Square. That was quite an experience. Walking Buffalo was 90 years old when I traveled with him. He was sponsored on the Goodwill tour around the world. So I have a little bit of knowledge of how the earth looks around the world, in different continents and different countries. But getting back to this Springbank project, to me, I think it's just a waste of time, waste of money by the government, building a dam there that hopefully will have another runoff flood. And there we are, we have the dam already set up for that. And I've lived in here for 79 years, and it's the first time in 2013, the vast flood of that size occurred. That's the only time I've seen it in 70 years. Now we are expecting by scientists and the people that do the weather and stuff like that, that it may be another flood in the near future. But that's a gamble we take. And I think that Creator, as elders, we always pray to the Creator. We get our guidelines and we get our directions in working with the Creator. When we were there at the site, I wasn't satisfied. When we were there, we were following the instructors or the facilitators for that field trip. We followed them. This is where you go. This is where you look at whatever that will be destroyed once the dam is built. Those are things that they just showed us around. They didn't give us that freedom of going where we wanted to look. There are places there in that Springbank area, especially along the river. There are certain kinds of herbs that grow there, and we find them. Those herbs are recognized by our elders and used for medicine. And the way I observed the area was that it wasn't sufficient enough to support this program. Then they took us to a place where a monumental site that was on there. We had nothing to do with that. And I don't know why the provincial government, every time Stoney Nakoda people has a territory to investigate or to look at, there always seemed to be that this is Blackfoot territory. I want to put that away. This is not Blackfoot territory. This is Stoney Nakoda territory. We've been in this area since time immemorial. We can go back 15,000 years and prove it that we were here. Back in 1956, 55, there was an archaeological test done at Dead Man's Flat just this side of Canmore. During that, findings of that archaeological thing, they found some arrowheads. They found some tomahawk heads. And they're okay. And those rocks only come from Wisconsin, Minnesota, South Dakota. See, our people were always up here. But the people, the Sioux Nation, always shared whatever we need to trade to survive in those days. So saying that, the Stoney Nakoda people had probably the biggest history in that area. My grandfather, my great-grandfather, in 1947, 48, they did some haying there for a gentleman named Clem Gardner. My grandfather had a crew there, and my dad and them worked there, hayed for the Clem Gardner right along that Elbow River by the bridge there on Highway 22. So I can name a few that always been in that area. The Stevens family and the Ear family and the Bearspaw family. They're always in that area. And they did their hunting and trapping and fishing on that river. And it's nothing new to us. We could be still using it, but due to the fact that the land is occupied by public people, we are not allowed to go there unless we get a special permission to go there. There was one area in particular in that when we were taken there, that they told us it was a private land. The landowner didn't want us to go on that land. And that land, to me, was the very heart of that dam, which the dam's going to go. And we need to further look at those things in our way, not directed by some educated guy that thinks he knows everything about the rocks and stones and everything that grows on there. Archaeological people. And just because they went to school and have studied the archaeological ways of doing researching, our people, our elders, know exactly what we're talking about. And we need to define more in that area. To me, right now, I think it's provincial government is just pushing for time to get it through as fast as they can, without understanding the impact of that land the dam's going to do. The animals that migrate back and forth, deer go back and forth through that area, moose comes through that area, and those are things that we need to be discussed. Even the little animals that run around on the grass. Sometimes we never see them, but they're there. They keep the earth in balance. They clean the earth. The little creatures that run around on the bottom of the grass, on the bottom of the river, or bottom of the creek, and you go there, you see all these little insects in there, all kinds of them. They're the ones that keep the earth clean. And we have to respect that, and we have to honor that. So with that, I think, to me, we need to go further into that land area and find more, and even get permission to go in that private land, because that private land stands right in the heart of the dam, and we have to see it. Otherwise, why are we having this conversation or this meeting? We are here to correct things. We are here hopefully to work together, to understand each other, where we're coming from. And I'm very honored to share some of my experience in that area, to be here with you. And hopefully in the near future, if I can still have the ability to help you guys out anywhere I'm willing to go. And I also sit on the Calgary Elders Advisory Group and Education Board, 37. So that keeps me busy too. So I would like to thank each and every one of you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having the patience to listen to me. Thank you.
Our pleasure. Thank you very much, Elder Henry. Thank you.
Oh, Vishnesh. Thank you, Elder Henry. And now we'd like to have Elder John Snow Jr. Will be our next presenter. John is landman and holds degrees, and maybe he can talk about some of his educational background. But John has done works with the as a Wesley band member, and has done works with Stoney Tribal Administration over the years. So John, take it away.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to the board. As Bill said, most of the Snow family has graduated from Springbank High School. So we've gone to school with most of the pioneer and ranching families. We have a deep history into that area, as Elder Henry Holloway has shared with you. Also, I agree and support the testimony of Jackson Wesley, Henry Holloway, and the words spoken by the consultation manager, Bill Snow. I have a master's degree in political science. I studied under Roger Gibbons, and my degree specializes in public policy, law, and administration. I just wanted to share with you some remarks today. I also want to reiterate what Bill said. There are no artifacts protections for Stoney burial sites or artifacts. We have had to repatriate human remains that were Stoney origins, and we had a hard time trying to rebury those remains. There is no protection for Indigenous grave sites. There is no legislation to protect our Indigenous graves. And I think the response of some of the researchers has been discriminatory, it's been racist, and it's been false. And I hope that we can start a new road for reconciliation. I thank the elder, Jackson Wesley, for the prayer. The prayer is what centers us and leads us through these very trying abuses that we live through. I am John Snow Jr., descendant of the Treaty 7 signer, Chief Good Stoney. I am a member of the Stoney tribe. My Stoney name comes from these sacred mountains. Our creation story begins with these sacred lands. We have many sacred sites, places of worship, areas of harvesting, reflection, meditation, and fasting sites. There is a way to understand one another if we show respect. Our people have always known the Creator, and we are led by prayer, ceremony, and we are part of creation. We are part of many treaties prior to the arrival of the settlers. We are now part of one another and the land. We are all part of relations to the land, plants, animals, waters, and the mountains. We have many concerns with developments in the Elbow River area. We have many traditional and cultural areas that we have not been consulted on, and we have not been in relationship with those who change and desecrate our ancestral lands. Under Treaty 7, we have interests in all lands and developments. The Stoney Aboriginal title case is being pursued in the courts of Alberta, British Columbia, and Saskatchewan. We have wide and varied interests in all our ancestral lands. We have many prayer sites, burial sites, and harvesting sites that were taken away from us through prejudicial legislation over the past century. We are pursuing our claims, and we seek to protect our interests on all traditional and cultural spaces and lands. Through the Indian Act and other legislation, we were prohibited from many human rights in Canada, including worshiping on our sacred places. For many of our people, we've been denied access to hunt, fish, gather, harvest in these and other traditional and cultural spaces for our Indigenous spiritual practices. Few independent and environmental studies by our people have been completed for any developments on these lands and sacred areas. We have opposed other projects in the past, like the Bighorn Dam. Many of our treaty and land claim issues are still outstanding. Our stewardship and relationship to these sacred lands has existed for centuries. Part of our history has been chronicled in my late father's book. These mountains are our sacred places. That should be required reading for the Natural Resources Conservation Board. Under discriminatory and prejudicial legislation, our people were forcibly removed from our own traditional and cultural places, prayer sites, and ceremonial areas. There are differences in land tenure for Indigenous and Western systems. One of these differences is regarding land ownership from the book, These Mountains Are Sacred Places, by the late Chief Dr. Reverend John Snow, my late father. I quote from his book, "This was something that was difficult, if not impossible, for Indians to understand because we had no concept of individual land ownership in the European sense. In those days, we did not own the land by receiving title or patent from a tribal authority. My people always believed that the land was created for its indigenous inhabitants, animal, bird, and man. Our philosophy of life is to live in harmony with nature and in accordance with the creation of the Great Spirit. Anyone wanting to live by those principles is more than welcome. And if he wants to, he may participate in our traditional ways, religion, and culture. He does not have to make a treaty with us to do this. Certainly, only a greedy person would make a treaty with us and then break it to destroy our land and our way of life." End of quote, page 33, Snow. The Stoney Nakoda have names for the places that will be impacted by this dam. We have outstanding inherent rights that have yet to be dealt with properly by the Alberta Crown and the Federal Crown. These inherent rights are protected by international treaty, the Canadian Constitution, and have been upheld by Canadian case law. Consultation must be inclusive to the Indigenous First Nations who have historical connections to areas targeted for development. The Indigenous First Nation interests are being harmed without proper or adequate consultation. The harm contravenes the treaty, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and the report on the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. The Crown in Right of Canada states that harms will be mitigated or compensated because there is an onus on the Crown to act honorably and to have no sharp dealings with the rights holders in a traditional or area with outstanding claims. This respect and approach were not upheld by the initial workers who spoke without honor, without knowledge, and without understanding to our knowledge keepers, our elders, and the outstanding legal claims made by the Stoney people in this area. As part of the Crown to whom we have signed treaty, Alberta has an obligation to uphold the honor of the Crown in this area of our Treaty 7. It is 2021. We will not allow racist or discriminatory actions to go unchallenged. There are tribunals, such as the Human Rights Tribunal, that may need to be involved if Alberta cannot civilly deal with Indigenous people who hold claims in this area. We are acting in good faith by appearing at this hearing, but we are also educated and have knowledge that is outstanding with our claims and inherent rights, and those must be advanced so that our future Stoney Nakoda will keep their ancestral, inherent rights and historic ties to this land. I myself experienced the flooding of Stoney graves at the Bighorn Dam in 1968, 1969. The dam is located near Kootenay Plains by the Saskatchewan crossing, where our dead are buried and now underwater. I know we were not allowed to move our stony graves at that site, and the graves were flooded. I also remember triggers of this trauma with the discussion of the Springbank Dam. I quote from my father's book, 52 years ago this month, the Stoney Nakoda experienced at the building of the Bighorn Dam. The following is an excerpt of the book, These Mountains Are Sacred Places by Chief John Snow. I quote, I went to the Bighorn Kootenay Plains area to look over the situation for myself. What I saw was unbelievable. Land that had belonged to the Stonies, land that the Stoney Indians still claimed, was being bulldozed without consideration or consultation with my people. As a consequence of what I saw, I held a meeting with Wesley Band members living in the area. As a result of this meeting, the tribal council took a position of unanimous opposition to the construction of the Bighorn Dam unless and until the Stonies' claims in the area were settled. Snow, page 176. To bring this opposition to the government's attention, I addressed the following letter to Premier Strome. Dear Premier Strome, on behalf of the Stoney Indian Council at Morley, I am writing to you concerning the Bighorn Dam project. It has been thought up, planned, and is now actually being built without any time consulting the Indian people on the Bighorn Indian Reserve. It appears the government has once again ignored the Indian people on this very important matter that directly affects their way of life. The people of Bighorn Reserve are part of the Wesley Band of Stoney Indians at Morley. The Stoney Band Council at Morley is very concerned about what is happening, and we are requesting that you and the cabinet members concerned with the project meet with our band representatives to discuss the various problems that have arisen and will continue to rise. The Indian graves have already been destroyed by bulldozers clearing the land. All clearing must be stopped immediately so that these graves can be relocated before the markings are destroyed and the locations lost forever. Many of these graves cannot be located with the snow covering the markers. There is an urgency due to the problems that are being even now created. Therefore, we request a meeting by the end of March 1969. We do not want to talk to representatives who do not have authority to make decisions. We have talked with one of your representatives in our council meeting on March 11th, and all he could tell us was that he had no authority and would have to talk to other people about this. We want to talk to our elected legislators who are responsible for making policy. We prefer if you would come to Morley to discuss these problems, but we recognize you are very busy and we would be willing to send a delegation to meet you in your office. We are opposed to the construction of the dam because of the problems it will create. Some of the problems are as follows, enumerated. Number 1, Indian graves. Number 2, Indian homes to be flooded. Number 3, Indian land to be flooded. Number 4, hunting area. Number 5, grazing land for horses. Number 6, trap lines. Number 7, Sundance and recreation area. Number 8, historical and cultural significance to the Indian people of the flooded area. Number 9, disruption of Indian way of life through development of area. Number 10, fear of living below the dam. Please arrange this meeting at once. Let us know when you will meet with us. Your help and cooperation in this important matter will be greatly appreciated. Thank you kindly, Chief John Snow, Chief of the Wesley Band, captured on his book, page 177, 178. Dad further writes, unfortunately for my people, the legislators turned a deaf ear. The dam was built, and much of the Stoney's traditional hunting grounds, land to which we believe we had a valid claim under Treaty 7, now lies under 27 miles long of artificial lake. The destruction of the land was a terrible thing to watch. Haze filled the air as growing things were burnt off to clear the ground. Homes were swept aside by heavy machinery, graves turned over or swallowed up by the new lake. The tribal council did manage to get some graves moved to a new site. Only 2 cabins were rescued. They were moved and reconstructed on the Bighorn Reserve. Even more far-reaching in its results was the almost complete disappearance of game from the area. The people living on the Kootenay Plains have always been among the most independent of the Stonies. The legacy of Peter Wesley's long, rocky trail still lives. But with hunting destroyed and little employment for unskilled labor in the area, 95% of the Bighorn residents live on welfare today. The physical damage and psychological damage that the building of the Bighorn Dam caused my people can never be calculated. End of quote. I know some traditional areas and have hunted with my father and other elders in the Springbank area. This is a Stoney traditional trail, as described in the report. Chiniki place names. These areas are based on the old Stoney buffalo trails. I myself have represented Stoney trappers with trap lines in the area. I would also point out that there is a trail named after my late grandfather, Chief Tom Snow. The Tom Snow Trail extends through our traditional and ancestral lands. We have been part of this land since time immemorial, and we believe the Stoney people must be part of any development in the area. The Springbank Dam development should have completed traditional, social, cultural assessments and traditional studies of the Bow Valley respecting Stoney sacred places, artifacts, burial sites, prayer sites, and harvesting sites. Studies should be led by Stoney people, and the information for cultural and traditional teachings must be protected by intellectual property agreements. There are many sites that have been desecrated. We have many other sites that we will not share unless there are protective agreements. We have a different experience on our ancestral lands being removed from these indigenous spaces and put on reserve. We have a knowledge of the land that has not been respected. There is a need to respect the people and the land. We believe that the past has not been one of respect, and we need to begin our relationships by reconciling past abuses. Much more work can be done on reconciliation with Indigenous people. All developers should be required to have proper historical, traditional, and cultural awareness training sessions. All studies of environmental assessment must have our historical, cultural, and traditional knowledge assessments for a full understanding of our sacred lands. The Stonies have won many awards. The latest is the Grizzly Study, and have noted the importance of telling our story and sharing of knowledge from our wise and sage elders. We have participated in studies and need to be respected for our knowledge of the land and our continuing rights to sacred places, burial sites, harvesting sites, ancestral lands, and prayer sites. We feel there is a long road for reconciliation that needs to begin today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Elder John Snow. Thank you.
Oh, Shnish. Now our next speaker is name is Larry Daniels Jr. Larry Daniels is a member of the consultation team, and he is based out of the Stoney community at Eden Valley and is a Bearspaw Band member. Larry was able to take part in the field work that happened back in 2016, and will relay some of his experiences during that time and about the project. Mosteno, Larry.
Mosteno, Bill.
Oh, Shnish, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Boston. My name is Larry Daniels Jr. I'm from Eden Valley, and I'm a member of the Bearspaw First Nations of the Stoney Nakoda Nation out of Eden Valley, and member of the consultation team. Today, I will be speaking about the traditional stories of the Stoney people that concern project area of the SR1 Springbank Dam project. I will also be speaking about the fieldwork that the Stoney Nakoda consultation team had conducted while doing fieldwork for the Springbank SR1 project in 2016. To my knowledge, there is no knowledge sharing agreement in place to protect Stoney cultural information about the sites in the project area, SR1 Springbank project. I'm going to talk about some traditional stories of the project area. Some of these stories are captured in the book That Stonies of Alberta by Sebastian Schumacher. These traditional stories are a teaching tool that we use to pass down our culture to the younger generation. The stories are lessons and knowledge of places, people, landscapes, and wildlife. These stories are still told in our communities, and these places are still remembered by the Stoney Nakoda people. And I'm gonna tell a little bit of story about one. They call it chew her braids. My first language is Stoney, so kind of bear with me. I kind of stutter a lot, so I'm just gonna tell the story the way I was told, and the story, I guess, it always starts long ago. It was in the Sweetgrass Moon. The Stonies are moving to a buffalo camp near the Springbank Creek. The people fill the dust with song. Through her braids, a young wife has left behind a favorite bone scraper at the old camp. She turns her horse around. An enemy raiding party of big bellies comes upon the lone woman's trail. They follow her tracks, then begin to circle. Soon the big belly scouts see a woman riding towards them. The big bellies quickly conceal themselves in the tall sagebrush flats alongside her trail. As the stony woman draws close, the big bellies encircle her. Her horse rears and throws her. Have no fear, says White Claw, the son of the big belly chief. You shall live. I take you for my wife. They ride off with her. Meanwhile, Prairie Man, husband of Chew Her Braids, is looking for his wife. The people tell him that she has gone back to the old camp for something. Prairie Man mounts up and rides back to the old camp. He follows her trail but can find no trace of her. He follows the trail for 3 days. As the third night descends, he sees the fires from a big camp far into the darkness. He tries up his horse and makes his way in on foot. Keeping low, he approaches the enemy camp along the creek. He sings and calls down the pronghorn spirit to strengthen his blood. With first light, he hides in the shrubs along the rocky creek. When the sun opens his eyes on the fourth day, Prairie Man sees a woman coming down for water. She is brightly dressed and singing to herself. It is Chew Her Braids, and she looks happy. Prairie Man signals to her and whispers, "My wife, how can we escape from here?" Chew Her Braids hesitates, then speaks. "Let me return with the water, my husband. I will come when the camp is asleep. Stay here." Chew Her Braids return to White Claw's lodge. She tells her big belly husband about Prairie Man. The big bellies stormed the creek and captured the Stoney. They club him and drag him to the camp. Then he is laid out on the ground and stretched with the rawhide thongs to stakes. They pour hot embers from the fires down his throat and leave him to die in the burning sun. When the stars closes their dance, the big belly camp is broken. As the people ride out, an old big belly woman drumming all night watches the Stoney dying. Just as her people ride over the ridge, she returns to the Stoney and cuts the killing rawhide, saying, "My son, the scars in your throat are many and deep. It is better you live." She leaves her sharp knife beside him and scurries off. Prairie Man raises his head. "Grandmother, you have put new grass between my spirit and death. From this day, always raise your lodge a little north from the main camp. We shall meet again in war. My people will not sleep. You shall not die when I return." As the summer moon fades, the Stone is led by the one with scars in his throat, prepared to attack the big belly encampment. Prairie Man warns his warriors not to kill anyone in the North Lodge, for he has but the main camp we shall destroy. The Stonies attack the big bellies are taken by surprise. When the dusk clears, White Claw's scalp is in Stoney's hands. Many scalps hang from Stony men. The one with scars in his throat asks his own people if Chew Her Braids shall live or die. "Death by fire," the people shouted. A great fire is prepared for Chew Her Braids, and at the end, she was tossed into the fire. And the fieldwork that we conducted, there were many issues that came up during the course of the fieldwork. The fieldwork was not conducted in a way that we have normally conducted fieldwork for other projects. The government representatives were disrespectful to the Stoney elders and the consultation officers. There was a feeling that this work needed to be done quickly. It was apparent that the government personnel conducting the fieldwork with the Stoney people were informed about the Stoney language or culture. The government representative who attended the fieldwork were eager to understand our place names, our understand of these areas during the course of the fieldwork. This made our group uncomfortable. I understand that other First Nations traveled to the sites in the project area. Alberta Transportation directed the fieldwork and each of the sites. The group was made to travel together so one person could not visit an area individually. This is not how Stoney Nakoda Nation does fieldwork. Excuse me. We were not able to confirm a possible gravesite. New site, I guess site 2 from the Stoney Cultural Assessment Report. We're pretty sure there was a couple of grave sites there, but like we said, we were rushed and couldn't do a proper sweep of the area. The Stoney consultation field workers were not able to travel to the sites outside of the project area. The area that the Stoney consultation group was taken to outside of the project area was the Our Lady of Peace site. We were not told, we did not request to go to the site, and we were not interested in seeing this site. But Alberta Transportation took us to this site, and until this day, I have no idea why they took us there. I think my feeling was they kind of insulted us in a way, and some of the elders were really uncomfortable with it. Excuse me, I got something in my throat here. But yeah, thank you for listening to me. Thank you, Chairman and panel. Thank you.
Oh, Ishtish.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels.
Ishnish, thank you, Larry. Our next speaker is going to be Chris Goodstoney. Chris is also a member of the Stoney consultation team, and I believe Chris will be speaking about. Chris was also on the fieldwork team during this project back in 2016, and I believe Chris will be speaking about his experiences during that time during the fieldwork and some of his thoughts. Chris, are you there?
Sure.
No.
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Maybe if you can turn up your volume a little bit.
Okay.
It's very difficult to hear still.
What about now?
It's pretty quiet. Court reporter is shaking her head that she will not be able to get it. Could be Zoom setting.
And now?
That's better. Could you see if you can elevate your...
Yes, I'll just hold up my mic here.
Okay, thank you. Sort of awkward, but we appreciate it. We'd like to get
No
down
worries.
on transcript what you're saying, so thank you.
No
Okay,
worries.
Chris, go ahead.
Okay, guess I'll start by giving my statement, and I would advise Mr. Chair that I will be referring to Alberta Transportation as AT most of the time in my statement. Okay, thank you, Snis.
No, I think, sorry, I have to interrupt. Court reporter is, she's, Mr. Paolo shaking her head that she's not going to be able to transcribe. You're on Zoom, right?
Yes, I am.
There we go. There we go.
All right. I will throw this away.
Okay, perfect. Can you hear us as
yes.
well? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll start. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and board members. My name is Chris Goodstoney, Wesley Consultation Officer with the Stoney Consultation and member of the Stoney Nakoda First Nation and descendant of Chief Goodstoney, signatory of Treaty 7. Was born and raised in Minisni, Morley, Alberta, here in the traditional ancestral territories of the Stoney Nakoda First Nation. Since time immemorial, our great nation have lived and thrived on these lands. Our people relied heavily on the plants, animals, water, and landscapes to live as we always did for thousands of years. Even as our buffalo were nearly exterminated, our people never faced hardship because we knew what our territory provided. Evidence of our history in the Bow Valley is prevalent and very important to our elders. Every tribe in the Nakota Nation from Lake Minnewaca to Lake Manitoba believe the key to our cultural survival is to utilize the land as a platform to teaching our youth our traditions. This is still practiced to this day. However, in recent times, our history and our heritage on our lands has not been given the proper acknowledgement and respect it deserves. I'm here today to share with you some of the details pertaining to our cultural assessment that myself, elders, and my colleagues conducted back in 2016 within the Springbank SR1 project area north of the Elbow River. During the assessment, we identified numerous points of interest that we recognize as of Nakota origin. These included sites such as homesteads sites, harvesting sites, ceremonial sites, hunting sites. Many more features could have been identified if we had been given the opportunity to independently explore the landscape during the spring or summer months and conduct the site visit following our standard process. However, the site visits were not conducted in the way we normally conduct field work. Not only was the process and schedule dictated by the proponent, our elders were constantly observed, closely followed, and questioned by the proponent, which created an atmosphere where they were unable to share their knowledge and conduct the site visit in confidence. Further, the weather was not ideal for the most part and quite cold, which was hard on our elders. And we felt that we were led or directed along routes that were predetermined by AT. This goes against how Stoney Nakoda conducts site visits. In addition to not being given sufficient time to conduct our assessment, the routes we were directed to walk were predetermined by AT. In some cases, we were led to areas that the proponent representative deemed points of interest. You must understand that this situation was unusual. We had never experienced or accepted a non-First Nations determination of what is and what is not of historical importance. Our stewardship and relationship to this land goes back for thousands of years, and we are familiar with the ecosystems, habitats, landscapes. We are well aware of what is important. Because we were guided to predetermined locations on predetermined schedule, we feel the site visits were biased to meet Alberta Transportation's objectives. During the site visit, we experienced many difficulties in conducting our assessment to full extent. For example, on numerous occasions, our elders expressed the need to assess areas adjacent to the project boundaries, particularly on the northwest end of the project boundary. The elders understood and explained to AT representatives that the project of this size impacts are inevitable. But they also explained that unforeseen impacts will take place, considering the fact that for this project, the impacts have been determined so far are theoretical. The elders expressed concern the impacts within the project boundary will affect the areas immediately adjacent to the project area. Therefore, those impacts should be taken into account. In other words, our elders described the need not only to look within the project area, but to consider certain locations just outside of the boundary. I would like to advise the board that this method of assessment by Stoney Nakoda is not uncommon. When we conduct cultural assessments, we take into consideration all aspects of land impacts as well as potential infringements to Section 35 rights. However, during the SR1 fieldwork, we were advised by AT representatives that there will be no impacts in the adjacent areas, that there is no need to go beyond the project boundary. It was clear to our team that in the interest of time, schedule, and convenience, our requests were denied, and we were unable to assess those areas of interest. I would like to address the issue of confidentiality. During the site visits, I understood that there was no agreement with AT for Stoney Nakoda to disclose or share cultural knowledge or to share information on cultural features identified within the project area. During the site visits, the elders, including myself and my colleague Larry Daniels Jr., felt that AT representatives interfered with our cultural assessment and would sometimes interrupt our elders' conversations by questioning them and by not giving them privacy to conduct their work. I don't know if this was a deliberate action or if he was just oblivious to the elders' frustrations. However, in our experience, conducting many assessments over the years, while having a proponent representative question or express interest in our work is not uncommon. Sharing intellectual property is not part of our assessment process. Stoney Nakoda knows how to conduct our cultural assessments. In absence of a confidentiality agreement, we expect proponents and their representatives to respect our procedure and privacy. With the Springbank assessment, that was not the case. As our elders grew frustrated from the lack of control over the assessment process, the lack of privacy and the lack of land access, the AT representative coordinated an unwelcome side trip and brought our team to the Our Lady of Peace Monument located on the west side of the project area, outside of the project boundary. The writing on the plaque we felt had false and misleading information, as is the case with many of the archaeological sites in our territory. Nevertheless, AT representative wanted our group to see this monument. This unrequested and unplanned stop was viewed by our elders as an act of disrespect by the Alberta Transportation representatives, especially considering the fact that our requests to explore areas immediately adjacent to the northwest boundary were denied. Our team did not appreciate the Alberta Transportation representative's biased attitude, which our team viewed as a lack of respect for not only our heritage on this land, but for our elders as well. Therefore, due to all the factors I have noted, our elders finally lost interest in participating in completing the field work. In fact, one of our elders openly expressed his displeasure to the Alberta Transportation representative, which is something that I have never witnessed in all the site visits I've conducted. However, with some conferring and mitigating on my part, I convinced our elders to continue to participate in the field work. In summary, our team believed the field work remains incomplete, and note the following. The behavior of the Alberta Transportation representative was unacceptable, and the work conducted was considered not meaningful. 2, the assessment was biased by interference by Alberta Transportation. Stoney Nakoda requested additional days in the following spring or summer months to fully complete our assessment with an unbiased Alberta Transportation representative, of course. 4, we encountered a variety of sacred sites and identified a number of artifacts that the elders recognized a pipe ceremony is warranted and requested ceremonies be conducted. To this date, the recommendations have yet to be addressed. Therefore, Stoney Nakoda First Nation, particularly the Wesley First Nation, does not support the Springbank Dam project. So thank you, Mr. Chair and board members, for allowing me to give my statement. And I hope you and all your families stay safe. Ishnias.
Thank you, Mr. Goodstoney, and appreciate you taking the time. Thank you.
Oh, Nish, thank you, Chris. Sarah, I'm not sure if we move into the next presentation by Megan at this point.
I think, Mr. Chair, Miss Megan Berry will be the last witness to give her statement, and then the panel will be available for cross.
Okay.
So I wonder if we can allow Miss Berry to give her statement, and then perhaps a break.
Break, sure.
Sure. So yes, Bill and Megan, now is the time you can present your statement.
Thank you, Sarah. Mr. Chair, members of the board, as I stated earlier, I am Meg Berry, and I'm privileged to be here today to speak on behalf of the Stoney Nakoda Nations regarding the significance assessment and the mitigation requirements laid out in the 2018 EIS for historic resources that will be impacted by the project. This morning, we have heard from the Stoney Nakoda elders and knowledge holders, as well as members of their consultation team, about the significance of the proposed project area to the Stoney Nakoda people. This has included oral histories, place names, and traditional use site areas that are located within the project area or surrounding it, including buffalo hunting camps located along the Springbank stream, the use of the Elbow River for fishing, hunting, and habitation, and the trails and travel corridors that transect the project area. While some of these oral histories might seem intangible to many people, tangible archaeological evidence from this region can be interpreted to support many of these narratives and can provide physical evidence. Archaeology is the study of the human past through material remains. It is important as an understanding of our past and the study of cultural and natural heritage provides people with a deep connection to place, it provides identity, and it embodies the continuity of the human spirit and story, and allows for us, with this understanding of our past, to help identify how we want to make our way forward. It has been shown that engagement within heritage and archaeology increases health and well-being within communities, while the unlawful destruction of cultural heritage is viewed as a crime against humanity in the international courts. Currently, our understanding of the past within Alberta extends over 13,000 years before present. The project area that we are speaking to today, SR1, is within an environmental transition zone in the Bow Valley drainage. The Bow Valley contains several of Alberta's old or deep time archaeological signatures. Sites surrounding the proposed project area have been dated to over 10,000 years. This includes the Vermilion Lake site and the Minnewanka Lake site located west of Banff. To the southeast of the site area is the Sibbald Creek site, and to the east, near to Calgary, are sites with the thrilling names of EGPN 414, 413, and 480. And there are many more in this landscape. But what I find is so interesting about these sites and others within this area is that they show evidence indicating that people continuously used and returned to these locations for more than 10,000 years, showing evidence of occupation that generally extends from the pre-contact period, through the contact period or the historic period. So the reason for this rich and continuous deep time archaeological signature is due to multiple factors. The Bow Valley is a natural corridor that extends from the prairies through the front ranges of the Rocky Mountains and into the interior plateau. A diary entry from 1863 by John Palliser, an early British explorer in the area, speaks to the use of this landscape as a travel corridor. And he notes, and I quote, "A few miles brought us to the Stoney Indian camp, which is situated in one of the prettiest spots I have seen in this country at the mouth of the Highwood River. They had been traveling south along the base of the mountains to meet the Kootenays when they crossed into the plains. The Highwood River is located to the south of the project area." Environmentally and climatically, this area has functioned as an ecological hotspot of resource biodiversity and abundance for millennia, providing First Nations people with ample water, food, habitation, ceremonial, and sacred areas. The project area itself is rich in resources, hosting a wide array of culturally significant and keystone animal and plant habitats, and is near to many significant drainages and important waterways, such as the Elbow River. The topographic relief of this area provides protection from the climatic elements and changes that we all know are associated with Alberta weather. The landscape within and surrounding the project area is evidently layered in heritage. It is rich in pre-contact archaeological site areas, including campsites, bison kill sites, stone features, artifact scatters, and isolated artifacts, amongst others. They are generally found clustered along drainages and within areas that have not been impacted by ground disturbance associated with farming activities. They can be found on the surface, or they can be found deeply buried and stratified. For example, deep testing conducted under other archaeological permits, including permit numbers 02-069 and 03-271 near to the project area, revealed archaeological sites at depths between 75 to 110 centimeters below surface, showing that this landscape has the potential to contain deeply buried pre-contact archaeological site areas, as well as superficial archaeological sites. In addition to the pre-contact archaeological sites within and surrounding the project area, historic sites such as homesteads, farms, missions, and dairies have also been recorded and are commonly found within the landscape. This is due to the relationship of this place with early ranching, trading, and mission activities, and this relationship extends over 150 years. Significant historic sites within the landscape include the Our Lady of Peace Mission, which we've heard about this morning, which is located 100 meters outside of the proposed project area. The mission was established in 1872 and was the first permanent Catholic mission in Alberta. Subsequently, a trading post was established near to the mission by Sam Livingston. And following that was the establishment of ranching and farming homesteads, which are the seeds that have developed Alberta into a vibrant ranching and farming province that we know today. One thing that is incredibly significant, and then this landscape also speaks to, is the period directly before and after the signing of the treaties. A transitional period when First Nations communities and Euro-Canadians were interacting and coexisting for the first time, managing and mitigating this incredibly different and difficult time period with their own strategies and means. This period is not well understood and is underrepresented in the archaeological literature. There are stories of the Stoney Nakoda camping along the Elbow River during this time period and interacting with ranchers and other landowners in this area that have not been told or investigated fully. These narratives speak to our collective heritage of contact and can help better illuminate this time period. So from this overview and from the information shared by the Stoney Nakoda elders and knowledge holders and texts, you can see that the landscape is a complex of cultural heritage that is interconnected and woven together through time and space. As such, an assessment of impacts to heritage resources or historic resources within the proposed project area needs to take into account many factors that we believe were not completed at the time of the writing of the 2018 EIS. A historic resource impact assessment, or HRIA, was undertaken by the proponent in 2016 and was thorough for the lands it assessed. But it is noted within the final report that it was not completed. At the time of the completion of the EIS in 2018, an HRIA was still required to be undertaken for deep testing in 6 sections of land. And as I noted previously, this landscape has the potential to contain deeply buried sites. There were also 4 gap areas where the PDA was revised to include landscapes containing archaeological potential that required an HRIA assessment. Archaeological surface and subsurface testing were still required in areas where land access was not granted by landowners at the time of the initial HRIA. And additionally, Alberta Culture, now Alberta Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women, or ACMSW, had yet to issue their requirements for the proposed project to proceed under the Historic Resource Act, which could require excavation of recorded archaeological site areas within the project footprint or avoidance. Consultation, when the EIS was written, was also not undertaken on archaeological site areas found within the project area. And the Stoney Nakoda had yet to be informed by Alberta Transportation on the findings of the HRIA or the requirements issued by ACMSW for mitigation or avoidance of recorded archaeological sites under the Act, something that was requested by the Stoney Nakoda during consultation on the proposed project. As I noted earlier, within this landscape, there are Stoney Nakoda traditional use site areas, as well as the aforementioned archaeological site areas. Both are culturally significant and important to the Stoney Nakoda nations. And as such, both areas need to be assessed by the Stoney Nakoda prior to the development of this project. This would have allowed for the proponent to holistically reflect the significance of the historic resources within the project area in the EIS in 2018 and develop a mitigation plan that is inclusive of Stoney Nakoda's informed views on the subject. While Alberta Transportation has consistently noted that they have provided Stoney Nakoda with the opportunities for TU site visits, it does not appear that there has been an offer for Alberta Transportation to disseminate the findings of the HRIA or discuss the requirements for the proposed project issued by ACMSW under the Act until until July of 2020, in the middle of a pandemic. For the Stoney Nakoda to properly complete an informed assessment to identify all cultural values within the proposed project area, archaeological sites also need to be assessed. For this to happen, the Stoney Nakoda need to be appropriately informed of what is there and how it will be impacted by the proposed project. This has yet to happen. And with respect, this is the basis of informed and meaningful consultation. As a result of all these factors, we are uncertain how the proponent was able to assess significance of historic resources within the entire PDA area and mitigate those impacts in the EIS, as we feel there was significant gaps of knowledge during that time. Despite these gaps in knowledge, within the EIS dated to 2018, the proponent states that there are no residual effects to historic resources within the project area, and the project effect on historic resources are assessed as not being significant. When queried about this by the Stoney Nakoda, in their response to the EIS, Alberta Transportation has pointed out in Appendix J of their reply submission, and I quote, "A significant adverse residual environmental effect on historical resources is defined in the EIA as one that results in an unauthorized project-related disturbance to or destruction of all or part of a historic resource considered by ACT, now ACMSW, to be of historic or heritage value. All or part of a historical resource I skipped a line there, and that is not mitigated or compensated as required by the regulators." Alberta Transportation goes on to note that they will follow the requirements of the regulators and sites will be mitigated or avoided, and as such, the conclusion of significance does not change. And I will also let you review that. It's Appendix J of the Alberta Transportation reply submission, as I kind of stumbled over those words. Mr. Chair and members of the board, the practice of assessing heritage in this way, while in some instances is common practice, does not allow for a changing understanding of cultural heritage significance to occur within any of the additional HRIAs required to be undertaken prior to the development of the proposed project, or through the mitigation process of the archaeological site areas that will be impacted by the development or during consultation. It should be noted that this practice has shown to be detrimental to both Indigenous communities and industry this past year. Furthermore, mitigation measures that are identified by the proponent in the EIS as required under the Historic Resource Act are not inclusive of Stoney Nakoda perspectives and protocols for land management and the preservation of heritage sites. These requirements elevate scientific knowledge over traditional perspectives and are essentially an exclusionary investigative approach. It is important to remember that mitigation is also an impact and destructive to heritage sites, which are a non-renewable resource. What has been significantly overlooked in the EIS is the impact these mitigation measures will have on the Stoney Nakoda people, as archaeological sites, or historic resource sites, as we also call them, are of high significance to the Stoney Nakoda. The need for a broader understanding of Indigenous perspectives in relation to conservation and preservation is always required in order to accurately assess the values contained within historic and heritage places and spaces. And these elements have long been recognized and are presented within ICOMOS's NARA document on authenticity. And while the proponent has noted multiple times that they will follow the requirements issued by ACMSW, which is essentially all that they need to do to comply with the Historic Resource Act, we note that these requirements are the basic requirements that the proponent is mandated to undertake to development, prior to development. These requirements can be built on to accommodate cultural protocols and assessment techniques, and can holistically and respectfully mitigate impacts to cultural heritage that honor both Indigenous and scientific perspectives, and that speak to obligations required of all signatories of the UN DRIP. Because the project area is both archaeologically and culturally significant, an informed assessment by the Stoney Nakoda, in conjunction with finalizing the HRIA and mitigation requirements in dialogue with the nations, will fully allow for the proponent to understand the impacts to historical resource site areas this project will have, and to accurately assess the develop, inclusive mitigation measures that could help reduce residual effects to historic resources within the project area. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Berry.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. And yes, thank you to the entire Stoney Nakoda panel, the elders and the consultation officers. I believe we'll ask you to stand by, Mr. Chair. I think now would be an appropriate time for a break, and then the panel will be available for cross-examination.
Thank you, and a break works perfectly right now, so thank you for that, and thank you to your panel as well. Let's return at 10:45, please. Is that
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if we might have a bit more time. I've got to make a few calls.
Who was that?
This is Mr.
Sorry, it's Ron Krulak, Madam Reporter.
Mr. Krulak. Any objections? How much time would you request?
Well, I think if I'm just going to propose 20 minutes instead of your
Sure.
regular 15, sir.
Yep, 10:50.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you, everybody. See you in a bit.
No.
Mr. Krulak, I see you're back. Do I have that right?
I am, sir. Yes, thank you.
Maybe a couple prelim things here. I'm just trying to find, I think, oh, I'm sorry, my sound shut off. That's what's going on. Sorry, Mr. Krulak, you perhaps responded. I didn't hear you because my sound.
Yes, I'm back, Mr. Chairman.
There we go. Okay. And I'm assuming that Mr. Secord, Mr. Williams, I think, has already mentioned he will not be crossing, and Mr. Wagner, I don't assume that you would have any cross here, or do I have that right?
I don't have any cross for the SNN. Thank you, sir.
And okay, so I think we can get started with Ms. Senden, City of Calgary, or Senec, sorry. Ms. Senec, did you have
you.
any questions?
No, Mr. Chair, the city doesn't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Cassano?
No questions. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Krulak?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of Alberta Transportation, I'd first like to thank the Stoney Nakoda Nation's elders for their comments and for their participation in their evidence this morning. And I would like to specifically thank Elder Holloway for his offer to perhaps be involved in some further assessment work that has been identified that the Stoney Nakoda Nations would like to undertake. I want to just ask a couple of questions of you, Mr. Snow, in your review and comments. Have you had a chance to review some of the additional commitments that Alberta Transportation has made in identifying some of the recommendations or responding to the recommendations in the interim assessment report that you've provided?
Good day. I have heard, I've been listening in on the proceedings of this hearing. I have heard the comments by Alberta Transportation. I don't know that I've heard the totality of all of those comments, as from time to time, my work with consultation is ongoing and I have to split my time between this and other activities. I have heard some of the comments. I don't know if I've heard all of them.
In particular, I guess Alberta Transportation has indicated that it would be pleased to work with the consultation office to have the interim land use assessment completed to assist the Stonies in preparing a final report. That was advised. There was also some discussion, Mr. Snow, about the guiding principles for land use, which would enable First Nation communities to participate in being able to look at the land use for the area to continue to exercise their rights. And in that regard, I was wondering if you're aware or whether you could express whether or not the Stoney Nakoda Nations would seek to participate in the First Nation Land Use Advisory Committee that would oversee activities and how the land use is to be undertaken.
Thank you, Mr. Kulak. I'm not sure at this point. I think that is a question for the Stoney Nakoda leadership of the Bearspaw, Chiniki, and Wesley First Nations. As you may recall, May 6, 2019 was the date of the letter of objection for this particular project and a few others regarding dams.
I wanted to ask a question or two about the concerns expressed about the site visits for consultation. I can say that Alberta Transportation was not aware of those concerns until they received the correspondence from the Stoney Nakoda Nations on February 26th of this year. And maybe Mr. Goodstoney, you could help me out here as you were on site and discussed what you observed. I couldn't find any reference to those problems in a letter or meeting minutes from 2016 until we heard of it in February 26th of 2021. Mr. Goodstoney, do you recall if there was any letters or communications about the problems experienced in the field site visits?
Well, I guess I would have to reply by saying that, I would have to confer with my office to give you an answer. I don't want to mislead anyone.
Fair enough. You don't recall personally writing a letter or making a phone call to people at Alberta Transportation outside of the people that you dealt with at the site visit itself?
Can you repeat the question? Sure.
Sure, it might have been a little garbled. You don't personally recall writing a letter complaining about the site visit or identifying some of the problems with it to Alberta Transportation after the event?
Well, the person that I would communicate with would be Bill, and he would be the first to receive whatever information after the site visit.
And Mr. Snow, I guess just asking you, we haven't been able to find an actual form of communication about the problems that were identified on the site visit after it occurred in the fall of 2016. Do you remember issuing any sort of letter?
I do not recall a letter. One thing that I would point out to the chair and to the board is that we have come across this type of situation previously in other, we've had issues with proponents on other consultation projects. But typically, it's a proponent may engage in some kind of activity, and then we have an incident. And then for that kind of situation, we as a First Nation would turn to the regulator for assistance. But in this case, the incident came from the regulator, from the government. So it's there's no set rule around how this kind of situation is handled under the current Aboriginal consultation policy. There's no set way, like there's many problems with the policy since it came into effect in 2005, and it hasn't changed a whole lot since then. So there's a lot of missing processes at play in our current system.
Thank you, Mr. Snow. I guess I'm asking because Alberta Transportation would have liked to address this issue earlier if possible, and certainly we would have liked to address it before having to wait 4 to 5 years. But as we've indicated in the recommendations, that once you have an opportunity to review those, it can hopefully be addressed. Mr. Goodstoney, if I could ask another question of you. And I think when you identified the site work, that this was a pretty unique situation. Is that sort of fair?
Yes.
And is it also fair to say that typically when you undertake site visits, which I understand you do a fair amount of, you're on Crown land?
I believe so.
And this would be a more unique situation where the access would be having to be dealt with by access agreements with private landowners, which may restrict where you can go and when you can go. Were you aware of that?
I was informed is that it's under landowner discretion on where we go. I'm not sure of the agreements.
Fair enough. And I just thought I'd ask because I understand the detour or trip to Our Lady of Peace Memorial, which or marker was not appreciated. Do you recall any sort of explanation that part of that is that area is actually identified very clearly on a map for gaining a perspective in the area, and it's also of high elevation at a point where you can see the proposed diversion canal and project development area?
No, as I recall, there wasn't clear explanation why we were there. We parked directly in front of the monument, and if I can remember correctly, I think it was Cade's where we had to enter into the monument. So it was direct. It was direct leading to the monument, and the stay there wasn't very long.
And you indicated that what you would expect to see to be able to complete a final traditional land use assessment you'd need to be going out there, and that's something that's best suited to be done in the summer months?
Yes, it would have been, the elders would have preferred, and the weather wasn't ideal, but in winter time, fall, almost everything's the same color, but springtime and summertime is pretty much ideal and preferred.
Thank you, Mr. Goodstoney. Dr. Barry, just had a couple of brief questions for you with respect to some of your comments. Have you testified before any board or tribunal in Alberta?
No.
And I understand from your resume, which was tendered as Exhibit 343, you've been assisting the Stoney Nakoda Nation since July of 2020.
Yes.
And was it brought to your attention that there was an invite extended to the Stoney Nakoda Nations in July of 2020 to attend to observe archaeological work that would be undertaken on the project site?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And did you attend?
No, as it was during a pandemic, and I believe that they were under consultation pause during that time period.
So you weren't able to attend. Have you ever attended the site, any area of the project development area?
Nope.
So it's fair to say that your reviews have largely been at this time desktop?
Yes, I am familiar with the area as you drive through it to get through to Cochrane, but that's my familiarity with the site area. Yes, and a desktop review.
And have you obtained a copy of the Historic Resources Impact Assessment that was prepared?
Yep, from 2016, I have. I obtained it off of OPAC, and I understand that there was another permit pulled in 2020, but that report is not available as of yet.
And you're aware that Alberta Transportation has to adhere to the Historic Resources Act with respect to distributing reports?
Yes, absolutely. I completely understand that. And I do note that there is an archaeological survey information bulletin that is available on the Archaeological Survey website that is dated to March 1st, 2020, which speaks to the dissemination of information. So as archaeologists, we are under a confidentiality agreement when we obtain that information. And so we do not disseminate that information to any third party, but we are able to use it to undertake our assessments.
And have you made a request to Alberta Culture for that report?
No, I have not. I reviewed it for an assessment. I did not disseminate any information to any third party.
Thank you, Dr. Barry. If you could, Mr. Chairman, if I'm just going to check my notes here, I'll be a few minutes if that's all right.
Absolutely. Yep, that's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I also want to thank all of the witnesses for the Stoney Nakoda Nations for the information and the presentations that we received this morning.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Krulak. So, Ms. Loudon, Mr. Snow, we may have a few questions from board staff and panel members. Ms. Vance, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any questions.
Mr. Kennedy? Oh, you're on mute, I think. No, still nothing. Perhaps your headset hasn't been, or nope.
How's that?
Ah, there we go.
there's a solution at hand and just keep working on it. I do not, after all that, I do not have any questions. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Sorosi?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Roberts?
No questions, thanks.
Mr. Heaney?
No questions.
Oh, yeah, and Mr. Snow, I just have one quick question. And, we've heard from this morning from your panel that there was, some uncomfortable situations as you described them, or as others have described them, and just in terms of some of the interactions. And my question isn't really to go deeper into that, but more, is there, or do you, with other proponents, and then even with Alberta Transportation, because you mentioned this has happened with other proponents as well, but when you're conducting site visits, was there sort of a pre-meeting or pre-site visit meeting that sort of explains the process that the Stoney Nakoda elders in particular would like to, or how they'd like to conduct their site visits, confidentiality, giving them space and that sort of thing? Are those sort of rules of engagement or practices outlined with proponents?
I believe perhaps Chris, Mr. Goodstoney can confirm, but I believe there were morning meetings every morning that were held. I did not take part in the field work myself, but from my understanding is that there were morning meetings that were held prior to the group going out onto the landscape.
Mm-hmm.
Chris, can you, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, yes. With this particular project, we did have morning meetings. You can consider them, some proponents call them tailgate meetings. Sometimes we go over safety and all that stuff. And the maps that were provided, we reviewed. And wherever the land access has been confirmed, we would go to these sites, and basically from a map's perspective, and being physically out in the field is very much different to determine exactly where we want to go. And so we're informed by the proponent what the day schedule will be. And that's how we went about. But yes, Mr. Chair, that we did have morning meetings.
Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you. Well, that's all the questions I have. And I would also like to thank the panel for the presentations and the time that you took to relay that information this morning. Ms. Loudon, do you have any redirect?
No, Mr. Chair, we do not have any redirect. I will just point out as well, though, that Elder Jackson Wesley at the beginning mentioned perhaps wanting to do a closing prayer. Mr. Bill Snow, I'm not sure if you would like to do that now to close the sitting of this panel.
I think is Elder Henry Holloway available? Let me check with my colleagues.
Hello.
Oh, Amastino. Henry, we've come to the end of our presentation, and would you be willing to do a closing prayer for us?
Yes.
Oh, Ishnish.
Ishnish. Oh, Debbie on Shiginaka. Nagam Batonsane, Ishnishi Chigets. Ambanga Kubne, Tokenangasta, Ambanda was state on Shiginaka. Naga Kimakotita. Inspire Victor. Otangana Tabita Gaviti. Shina Tabi looking to Jetuta, Gita, and Chasta Bicopin Tavisita. A kidding Kevshon, Shiginoka, Jack and Jimanish, a hanga Ebinson. It's that the Jagasitan. And a good shot that to me the chair took a chimta. Gibi şansıgın optis hamla. Unar doken hamla için jike için hatta yadan ham. Geçim çağın da unar. Çeka çıkta nasıgın oka. Edatın ingi nabtar. Sizden gabne nasıcımne kadar çayış token içime geçti çayıcıken. Ucagi çeva şinaka. En şangacına aslında. Çeyebil dinle bana. Jesus Christ, it's a bunch. That's all come home, check your hands in it. Now you get your chin, not just, amen.
Oh, Ishnish. Thank you, Elder Henry. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to the board. Thank you for listening to our presentation today.
Our pleasure. Thank you very much again. And thank you for that closing, Elder Henry. Thanks, Ms. Loudon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Secord, you ready for direct evidence under number 2, topic 2?
I am, sir. Just getting my mouse to
Organized?
work.
Okay, no problem. Okay, take it away.
Thank you. Ms. Hunter, are you visible?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Ms.
We're
Hunter.
sorry, Richard, we're just a little ahead of schedule, so I'm just going to assume, just confirm that Ms. Erisman is available in case someone has a question about historical resources within the Springbank community. But go ahead.
I'll just wait for you to send that text.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Hunter, do you consider yourself bound by the oath affirmation that you previously took prior to the earlier testimony that you gave in topic block 1?
Yes, I do.
And you have also previously adopted your pre-filed evidence. Your evidence on topic block 2 is set out in exhibit 354, correct?
Yes, correct.
And document manager, if we could pull up exhibit 254 and turn to PDF page 114.
And Ms. Hunter, recalling from your past testimony, you might just to speak a little slowly or more slowly than perhaps you're used to, just for court reporter. Thank you.
Thank you for the reminder. I will do my best.
And with respect to this page, do you have a correction that you would like to make to your to exhibit 254?
Yes, I do. I apologize. I'm directionally challenged. This is the northwest corner of the project.
Okay, thank you. And would you please then, if we could have the document manager go to PDF page 106, and Ms. Hunter, if you would please provide an overview of the SCLG's concerns regarding land use topic block 2.
Sure, and we don't need to go through this whole presentation. I'm going to hit on just a few pages, actually, starting at page 110 of exhibit 254. My understanding is the panel has read my submission, so I just will use this to clarify and add to some context. So thank you, panel, for your time once again today. I'm here to speak about land use. In advance, I'm going to just mention that this map, just to clarify, I think there was some confusion the other day, and it was confusion on my part also. This map was created by SCLG using an overlay of the project footprint from the proponent's submissions onto Google Earth. The intent of this map was for us as a community to see where homes and the project footprint was intersecting with community lands. So to my knowledge, this is accurate with to plus or minus a very small degree of error around the footprint. And I'm not going to be zooming in on any detail today. So I don't think, we need to debate if this line needs to be shifted by a little bit or not, but more than anything, just to show how this yellow line intersects with our community. I'm just going to start with a couple brief comments. The proponent is creating new Crown land out of private land, in most cases appearing to be parted from unwilling sellers, many generational landowners. In our view, Crown land should be land for all to co-use. Stoney Nakoda earlier today mentioned the historical trail used by both First Nations and settlers. This trail is intertwined with the history of Springbank. Stoney Nakoda also mentioned land originally owned by Clem Gardner. This land is now the homestead of Tracy Feist, who spoke for the SCLG on Monday. Jan Erisman, a member of the Springbank Historical Society, who also spoke on Monday, I believe will be available to answer questions about the historical aspects of SR1 in Springbank and some of the concerns we have in more detail if the panel so chooses. I have been asked to, for this panel, to put forward for consideration as a condition of approval that historical inventory of the historical ranching and homesteading sites impacted by this project should be performed with all costs of this inventory, associated restoration and cost of moving, if applicable, will be provided at the expense of the proponent. It was amazing to listen to Ms. Berry, who spoke about the cultural history of this land, both with First Nations and the early settlers, which we do not believe has been seriously considered by the proponent. Land use is mentioned in the Delteris report, Exhibit 13, and I think there are a couple of things that are relevant here. Delteris said, quote, SR1 is pasture land and its use doesn't change except during high river discharges. Obviously, I think we know better now. There are two major errors to this statement. That comment about just pasture land is actually quite an oversight about the critical mix of ecosystems along this entire massive footprint that is literally teeming with biodiversity as it moves from forest through native grasslands and wetlands. Additionally, according to the new land use plan, Exhibit 216 by the proponent, there seems to be wholesale changes in land use from its current use. So the Delteris statement of land use doesn't change is quite and glaringly wrong at this point. The only explanation for this utterly incorrect judgment by Delteris is a complete and absolute lack of understanding of the project, the lands, and the sediment deposited by floodwaters. Additionally, Delteris did not mention any First Nations concerns about SR1 in their decision, but stated at MC1, quote, there would be significant impacts to First Nations traditional uses. From, end quote, from the SIA report regarding the SR1 project, Exhibit 163, page 32, I quote, there were no recorded historical values or notable architectural values present in the McLean Creek option area, end quote. Meanwhile, page 98 regarding SR1, I quote, located within or partially within the PDA, a total of 14 historic structure sites and 22 archaeological sites were assessed by the proponent, end quote. Suffice it to say, we are living with the unexpected consequences of these judgments today. I would like to add that the Bragg Creek berms needed because of the SR1 project decision have created a canal-like aesthetic impacting how users interact with the river along Bragg Creek. And that land has already been impacted and changed in its use as a result of the SR1 decision. Perhaps if consultations preceded this decision with both landowners and First Nations, some of these errors in judgment could have been corrected early on. In our view, the land use plan for the project development area is founded on a belief that that reservoir can be recovered between floods to some sort of natural state. The reservoir is the largest land use area, so this is important to consider. The state of the reservoir is dependent on, to name a few, flood size. Larger floods will deposit more sediment, impacting land use in more material ways. Flood frequency. If the reservoir goes for a decade between uses or a year or two, this will create significant and drastic changes between land uses. Whether or not there was pre-existing sediment before the next flood. Drying time. Types of post-flood remediation activities, including sediment management, which would include moving and grading of sediment, application of tackifier and or reseeding programs, watering and or weather systems, and the success of regrowth programs and regrowth stage. How long does it take for this reservoir to recover to a point where traditional use, such as medicinal plant gathering, can be performed? Does this take 1 year post-flood, or 5, or 20? In non-flood years, the permit-based grazing plan needs to be vetted by cattle owners to assess interest and practicality. Fire suppression, as we heard from landowners, is a very concerning risk here, and fire suppression activities may necessarily impact land use. The grasses will either have to be cut or grazed throughout the reservoir and south of the diversion channel. We expect that this will be a popular new area for recreational users, given its proximity to Calgary and location on the way to Bragg Creek along Cowboy Trail. We fully expect cars to be parked along the highway. We expect people to be in that reservoir once it becomes Crown land. Our view is that public use should be expected and accommodated accordingly. In a flood year, before a flood, numerous access questions arise. How will wildlife clearing activities impact land use? Will wildlife be deterred from entering the footprint or cleared earlier in the spring if forecasts show large snowpack or other early indicators of flood? How will land be safely evacuated before a flood? Will any land use be permitted in the flood season, May and June, at all? Post-flood, when and how will land access be granted within the reservoir? After the reservoir is dry, how long is that? I don't think we have that information. After sufficient regrowth is established and all remediation activities have taken place in a portion or all of the reservoir, will flooded areas be fenced off, or how will land use be restricted for flooded areas? This will be a dynamic and complex environment to manage, for which the proponent seems to have overlooked much of the costs. Over time, it is likely that the land use will change as sediment accumulates and is, out of necessity, pushed around by bulldozers to ensure suitable drainage out of the low-level outlet. The ecosystem will become simplified, as discussed by SC algae expert Cliff Wallace in Topic Block 5. Thus, I question whether First Nations use, at least of the reservoir, over time is idealistic rather than realistic, or perhaps whether opportunities for traditional uses are reduced over time as sediment accumulates. I'm quite sure these contradictions wouldn't have occurred at McLean Creek, where land use is much clearer as the reservoir is in the river valley. As far as we can see, SR1 creates land use problems and challenges that need to be corrected time and time again. Yesterday, Mr. Secord asked a question about what the reservoir would look like in 50 years. Mr. Wood responded, and I'm just going to paraphrase, we shouldn't worry too much about sediment because most floods are small, and he went on to pull up an image that showed the footprint of a 10-year flood. Mr. Wood also stated the reservoir would have only been used 10 times in the last 100 years. This is among the most interesting statements of the day, to say the least. Mr. Wood, if floods are small, he implies we shouldn't worry about sediment accumulation. Surely a small flood, such as a 1 in 10, can pass safely down the river, and perhaps we don't need this project. The proponent is here arguing for the project to proceed because Calgary needs this flood mitigation urgently. What is the reality? If you are building this for the design flood, please consider the design flood's consequences on the land. The proponent wants to talk about risk of a big flood, but they don't want to talk about the environmental consequences of a big flood. Panel, I ask you to hold the proponent accountable for these contradictory statements. The worst case scenarios for sedimentation and its effects on land use must be considered for all of us, First Nations and public use and the adjacent and surrounding community. If we are to expect various 1 in 10-year floods, as Mr. Woods suggested yesterday, I suggest we go back to the drawing board and get this right by finding a project that can address drought. Alternately, through this process, run the simulation on recorded floods over last 100 years and project what the sediment accumulation would look like today. You can't have it both ways. I would also state this project has no end date. What possible justification could be used to deny forecasts of sediment accumulation over the next 100 years? Although we won't be here to see it, the long-term environmental state of SR1 will impact the users of the land and the surrounding communities for generations. If we could go to page 111, please. Thank you. Although the proponent states the plan is to end up with 3,600 direct acres required by the project, I would argue, and I think Stoney Nakoda mentioned this as well, the full 6,800 and perhaps beyond is impacted by fragmentation. Fragmentation is a concern for these contiguous native grasslands around the reservoir, most of which are in their uncultivated natural state. A brief history as outlined in Exhibit 100, we don't need to go there. In 2015, the plan was to acquire 1,760 acres for $40 million. In 2017, the full footprint was planned to be acquired for $140 million with an expectation of land resales of $60 million. This projection in 2017 included lease revenue of $715,000 a year for a total present value benefit of approximately $15 million. In 2019, the full value appears to be the whole $140 million with no resale. With the caveat in Exhibit 325, page 23, I quote, "Finally, to the extent that AT is able to offset land acquisition costs by reselling excess lands, it will do so," end quote. In 2019, lease revenue seems to be removed. I would add, as an aside, but I think relevant, material amounts of private land in Bragg Creek were acquired for the berming project along the river. Land costs were never considered for these berms when SR1 was chosen. The direct cost of Bragg Creek berms was purely for the construction alone. This is a big component to the cost escalation land is of the Bragg Creek berms from $8.9 million to $42 million. So this project has impacted lands far beyond the SR1 footprint. Based on responses from the proponent yesterday, it doesn't seem that they know whether or not they are acquiring or will need to acquire the full 6,800 and or will need to sell back excess, or whether they will be able to directly acquire this unusual 3,600 acre footprint that has been created by elevations. This will only be known as the project is approved and land acquisitions finalized, was what I heard yesterday. However, I do believe this is an overlooked element. If smaller parcels are created by SR1 excess land acquisitions and resales, this will further fragment that 6,800. We agree with Stoney Nakoda that this impacts the broader area and there will be further impacts to biodiversity. As one of the landowners stated on Monday, native grasslands areas are threatened. If larger parcels are purchased and then resold into smaller parcels, which will then have homes, driveways, yards, barns, fences, animals, this will result in further loss of these grasslands and further fragmentation. What I am saying is that there are implications beyond the project development area's 3,600 acres, which depends on future land acquisition, and this has not been considered by the proponent. This is yet another example of how much uncertainty remains and how narrow the frame of reference continues to be. In 2020, the proponent stated new land access would be provided for 10 residences. I am totally unclear on how it took the proponent 6 or 7 years to figure that out. I can see, looking at Brian Copperthorne, he needs a new access. Where will this access come from? It takes more private land. There must be easements from private land to get to Brian's home. Page 119, please. Oh, and just briefly on that page, I just wanted to know that those are 2 homes that have been circled on page 111. I apologize. That's a mother and a daughter that will be separated by the diversion channel, just for reference. So page 119. Thank you. What is utterly missing from this land use plan, as we discussed yesterday, is the intersection of the PDA and the adjacent lands. Again, we realize this is somewhat dependent on land acquisitions and the preferences of individual landowners. I asked the panel and the proponent to consider the following questions. What tools can be employed to create an attractive, sustainable, visible boundary across the project area? The current boundary, the line provided by the proponent around the project, does not appear to contemplate any buffer between SR1 and the private land that will surround it. How does this work across jagged, crooked, winding outlines? I do not know how you can fence that. I do not know how people live with that and what that looks like. Public use should have a setback from private use. Landowners should not need to worry about trespassers or hunters entering private property. Landowners should be protected to the best of the proponent's abilities from harm created by living next to these public lands and their uncertain future uses. If the project should be approved, a condition of budget for implementation of a suitable aesthetic and sustainable buffer, ideally bioengineered zone between public use and private land should be provided, along with a provision for maintenance. On this page in particular, the purple part is the diversion channel and then the off-stream dam. And so what I want to highlight is this little, how do I explain it? The emergency spillway is coming up from the left hand of the screen up to the top, and it juts out there where the diversion channel is. This is not intended to be an exact replica of Alberta Transportation Spillway. It's more to say, how is the water going to access the river when it exits the spillway? As far as I can tell, the project development area has changed. In 2016, the project development area went straight down to the river and abutted the river's edge. This one in 2018 and 2020 seems to show that the project land stops short of the river, which would necessitate, when the emergency spillway is activated, water running down there and across private land. And I'm not sure how that works, and I don't know that's a reasonable assumption, perhaps something to be explored further. And with that, I'm done referring to my slides. I'm going to speak briefly about engagement for land use planning. I've been giving a lot of thought to this concept of land use and engagement. We are caught in a cycle on this project beginning in 2014, where the proponent makes decisions and we are the last to know. By the time we find out, it is too late to participate constructively. Mr. Wagner asked whether landowners were consulted before the project was selected. My review of the history shows the answer is no. Unfortunately, we are forced to participate on the back end through comments to regulators, and ultimately we end up where we are in the position we are today. I will admit this is an unhealthy dynamic. This has been the way since 2014 and has been the source of much angst and frustration within our community. Given some time was spent on this issue yesterday of consultation and land use, I would like to contrast SR1 with the engagement on the Bow River dams, for which community of Springbank is impacted. In between 2018 and 20, following a screening of over a dozen projects or so, AEP performed conceptual assessments of 3 Bow River Dam options. That was over a 2.5-year period. This included extensive public engagement with affected stakeholders, including water co-ops, Glenbow Ranch Provincial Park, community members, railroads, and more. At these engagement sessions, much new information, context, and concerns were raised early in the process. Ultimately, this should result in a better outcome for all. The next phase, detailed feasibility analysis, which begins this year, will be conducted on all 3 projects until 2023. Feasibility analysis includes a detailed geotechnical, hydrological, and environmental study and further community consultations, which is where I would say perhaps where we are with SR1 is having completed those just now. On the Bow River, only then after all of that fulsome analysis will one be selected. This is a pragmatic and conservative approach. This is a far cry from what happened with SR1, which appears to be a decision taken fully within the government in a matter of months and without these critical hydrological, environmental, or geotechnical assessments. Perhaps if extensive engagement had been conducted like on the Bow River, the proponent would have known about Cal Alta's water rights, the challenges of Camp Kiwanis, or the challenges of debris, the complexities of the pipelines, and early indications landowners were not willing sellers. There is no way to remedy these engagement shortfalls now, and in the end, the costs of the project and the frustration levels are both high. I am pleased that AT consulted extensive negotiations with First Nations. We value First Nations rights. First Nations and landowners have both been stewards of this land over time. However, I would think it's fair to say there's been an imbalance. I would ask, where are the workshops with our community that actually surround this footprint in its entirety? AT responded yesterday. Mr. Hebert reached out to me for consultation with Springbank. I want to speak for a moment about that and engagement with our community in particular. Regarding Exhibit 327, where emails sent to me by Mr. Hebert are listed, I do not consider emails to me consultation. I consider them updates. Emails to me do not discharge AT's obligation for public engagement. In fact, I first heard about the information sessions hosted by AT last fall in Springbank from our MLA, not Mr. Hebert. Mr. Hebert advised me of the Springbank session on September 24th, 4 days before the event of advised me of the Springbank session on September 20th, 4 days before the event, which occurred on September 24th. Immediately, I posted these sessions on our Facebook page as events in order to raise awareness within our community. However, I am not responsible for AT's public consultation in Springbank. It is not my role to take on the proponent's engagement of Springbank residents. I am more than happy to share out engagement opportunities as I have done if they're organized by the proponent. Regarding the open houses that have occurred over the years, having an information session where boards are available for people to peruse and then they are invited to drop questions in a shoebox does not discharge AT's obligation of public engagement. Meanwhile, it is the community that first raised the issue of debris through this very process long before the proponent identified the issue. The only public Q&A sessions were held in 2020 in the fall in what I would assume to be an attempt to prepare for this panel in order to say engagement was conducted. The events, while well attended thanks to the Springbank and Bragg Creek Community Associations, sharing of information, putting up signs, and sending emails to promote the event. Many questions went unanswered as there was not enough time for all the questions which had built up over years. Unfortunately, years of poor engagement cannot be undone and will leave a bad taste in this community for years into the future if this project is approved. The frustrations expressed yesterday by Mr. Wagner are echoed by our community. I would suggest public trust has been eroded. Regarding the specific set of emails to me mentioned in Exhibit 327, I have a few points to make in clarification. Firstly, I assumed other members of the public were receiving these, what I would call email updates. I am a volunteer, mom of 4 kids, running a community association with more on our to-do list than SR1. Regarding an email dated June 13th, 2009, update on regulatory process, quote, Karen Hunter of the SCA attended, as did representatives of Rocky View County. SR1 project representatives provided an update regarding the SR1 project, end quote. Until I arrived at the venue, I didn't know no one else from the community was invited, as far as I'm aware. There were no landowners, and to my knowledge, based on inquiries to affected landowners, they weren't invited. On page 7 of that same exhibit, Mr. Hebert stated, the UCP was the second government to reaffirm the project in 2019. I take issue with the term reaffirm, which is categorically false. I believe Mr. Hebert referenced this again yesterday in his testimony. I think what Mr. Hebert refers to is an independent report by Martin Ignatiuk from 2019, which was promised by Premier Kenney in the election. The scope of the review by Mr. Ignatiuk was not released publicly, so we did not know what the scope was, whether it was in fact an impartial review of the project in its entirety or something else. In a 2019 email to me, page 13, Mr. Hebert indicated this report was going to be released and let me know of an upcoming press event later that week. At any rate, the release of the report was canceled without explanation. Then the report was withheld nearly an entire year until 2020, after the Susina and Rocky View County withdrew their opposition under secret agreements with AT. When the delay on the report became apparent, we tried to access the document through a Freedom of Information request, but it was denied. Why was this information withheld? When it was finally released in 2020, the scope of the Ignatiuk report became apparent. Exhibit 275, page 129. The report was as follows, quote, the purpose, quote, conduct an independent review of SR1's current status in the regulatory process, end quote. To be clear, they did not hire an independent dam expert to determine if this was the best project. They hired an independent regulatory lawyer to determine how best to expedite the project. This was not a report on the merits of the project, nor its effectiveness as a flood mitigation tool. So the project was not reaffirmed at all. Rather, the intent of the report was to provide the proponent with a specific list of instructions on how best to move the project forward by, quote, providing an opinion on the regulatory steps remaining, as well as potential timelines for completing the regulatory process, end quote. The Ignatiuk report outlines the EIA submission process was mismanaged in 2017, quote, by Ignatiuk. In my view, the requirement to resubmit the EIA resulted in a delay of the regulatory process of approximately 6 months. Stantec advised AT not to file the EIS on October of 2017 on the basis there was insufficient time to incorporate necessary information in the EIS, and it would likely be rejected by SIA. Continuing, I understand external legal counsel also expressed concerns that the EIS was not ready to be filed. I'm not aware of who made the decision to file the EIS despite these warnings or why, end quote. Also, in the Ignatiuk report, as it pertains to the SIR process, I quote, the number of information requests in SIR1 is unprecedented. I have worked on large-scale mining projects, which include processing facilities, and engaged far more environmental disciplines than SR1 that were subject to less than half as many information requests in the first round, end quote. Following the first round of IRs in June 2018.
Ms. Hunter?
Yes?
You started to speed up again. And
I'm sorry. Okay.
The court reporter's been going all morning, so her fingers can be a little tired.
I'm sorry, and I'm just about done.
All right, thanks.
Following the first round of IRs in June 2018, it took Alberta Transportation a full year to respond. I repeat, a full year. In June 2019, Minister McIver held a press conference to tout the thousands of pages of responses. The fact that it needed thousands of pages of responses speaks volumes about the quality of the project work to that point in time. In our view, a project approved in 2015 did not have sufficient detail to understand the impacts until mid-2019, thanks to detailed questioning by the NRCB. The draft land use plan came in October 2020 via an email from Mr. Hebert, for which I sent a reply to Mr. Hebert with my personal views and commented to SIA on behalf of the Community Association. In closing, in Exhibit 325, the proponent stated, quote, that the land use plan for the project area has not been finalized and will be the subject of further and ongoing consultation consistent with the draft land use principles for the project. The members of the SCLG will have an opportunity to participate in that consultation and provide input into the land use plan, end quote. Yesterday, Mr. Hebert stated to Mr. Secord that there is no budget for public amenities associated with SR1. Might I say the MC1 report included replacement of affected park infrastructure, including campsites and wastewater stations. This is yet another imbalance in the decision. Lack of public amenities seems like quite a large oversight on a project of this magnitude. We maintain SR1 as a lost opportunity to contribute to the economy and sustainability of Alberta through water management and complementary land uses. Exhibit 198, Appendix B, lists examples of how other water projects provide a range of ancillary benefits. Conventional dams, Glenifer Lake, Ghost Lake, Little Bow, to name a few, include the following positive benefits: camping, beaches, canoeing, kayaking, paddleboarding, picnic tables and day use areas, fishing, to name a few. Panel, if you approve this project, we ask that a condition of a generous budget for public amenities and/or community benefit be included. The precedent set so far by community engagement is concerning. Unless engagement is required by this board, with funding for public works required by this board, nothing redeeming about this project for the directly affected community will be provided. As with our detour roads, those things will be excluded for budgetary purposes. The proponent has shown disregard for our community, and so the regard must be formally created. I have always said, if this project proceeds, get it right. I realize community amenity requests may be in conflict with what First Nations is requesting. We have been at the bottom of the priority list, to say the least. I have no idea at this point how that will be resolved. There's much uncertainty on the land itself, along with conflicting agendas. How will these conflicting agendas be addressed? How will these competing uses evolve over time? The proponent appears to punt these decisions down the road for AEP to figure out. This leaves all of us in a state of flux. While we support First Nations traditional uses, the Springbank community surrounds this project in its entirety. If you cannot find it within your decision to provide community benefit related to land use of SR1, our community would appreciate the panel provide an alternate public benefit for our affected community. The irony here is that new public benefit requires new costs, which are not listed anywhere, as Mr. Hebert stated yesterday. To make it better, to make it more palatable, you must spend more money, and SR1's benefit cost ratio falls farther below that of the alternative at MC1. So as you can see, this is a vicious circle, and we're chasing our tails. Mr. Secord proposed a list of conditions for community benefit yesterday to Mr. Hebert for consideration. Regarding this line of questioning, to be honest, I feel physically ill. These questions imply that if we get community benefit, we're okay with this project. We are not okay with this project. The terrible, lasting, negative outcomes, and in particular, concerns about our water and air quality, the safety and health of our community over the long run, they far outweigh any desirable community amenity. That is why we are here at the end of this process. In our view, the worst possible outcome is this project moving ahead. We would happily forfeit any and all public benefits discussed yesterday and today for this project to be rejected. Yet out of necessity, due to the uncertain outcomes of these proceedings, and with a heavy heart, must advance these proposals for your consideration. Sorry. I understand that often the NRCB approves projects with conditions, and if that is the case here, I have no doubt the proponent will continue their relentless and misguided pursuit of this project at any cost to address a time crunch for flood mitigation they themselves created when they chose the wrong project without appropriate due diligence. Nonetheless, my point today is that there remains much work to be done on land use and with substantial cost. I provide this testimony as one more example that this project should not be approved by this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hunter. Mr. Secord?
Yes, Ms. Hunter is available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Does that complete your direct then?
It does.
I'm assuming that Ms. Loudon, Mr. Williams has already indicated he does not have questions, and Mr. Wagner, I'm assuming none of you have questions?
That is correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Who was that? Sorry.
Scott Wagner.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Wagner, yeah.
This is Sarah Loudon, and no, we do not have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Senek, City of Calgary?
No questions from the City of Calgary. Thank you.
Mr. Cassano?
No questions, sir. Thank you.
And Mr. Kulak?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. It's Gavin Fitch speaking.
Good morning.
Yeah, no, that's quite all right. I just have a few questions for Ms. Hunter. So to begin, Ms. Hunter, you referred to the what we call the chronology of consultation, which was attached to the reply submissions of Alberta Transportation. And I just want to ask you a few questions about that document. So if we can, Zoom host, bring up Exhibit 327, please. PDF page 13. So, Ms. Hunter, looking at the appendix, I guess it's the fourth page of Appendix C to the reply submissions of Alberta Transportation, and I take it from the evidence you gave this morning that you've had an opportunity to review this document?
Yes.
Okay.
I would say overall, I mean, with the thousands of pages that seem to be going back and forth, I perused it, picked out points that were relevant to my speech today.
Right. You just told us that you don't consider emails to constitute consultation. And that was in reference to this list of dates where email correspondence between you and Mr. Hebert are described, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to say yes.
Yes,
Oh, yeah,
that's
okay.
correct.
Thank you. Do you consider someone offering to meet consultation?
Yeah, I mean, here's what I'm going to say about my role. We are volunteers and we're doing the best we can. And in fact, when it comes to a project that impacts our whole community, I honestly don't feel I'm in a position to negotiate some sort of deal. You know, I feel like decisions, I believe that there should have been clear consultation and engagement with the Springbank community hosted by Alberta Transportation, workshops, discussions, you know, meetings as appropriate. Alberta Transportation should have put up signs all over the community and hosted stuff. There's been nothing ever stopping them from doing that. And whenever those things happen, which was an example last year, I share them out. So, you know, I think there's just a general, and from my standpoint as well, a lack of clarity about roles. It's not my job to market the project to the community. It's not my job to take on AT's consultation. And, you know, the Springbank Community Association, we sent in our questions to the proponent and received some answers. And then fully 100% of our time has been trying to keep up with the regulatory requirements.
Okay, thank you for that. Zoom host, if we can just scroll down the page just a little bit. That's good. Yeah, that's good. Thanks. So I just wanted you to confirm, if you will, Ms. Hunter, that on June 19th, 2019, Mr. Hebert emailed you and he offered to meet with you, correct?
I'm going to assume this is correct. He seems to keep better track of his emails, although he's a paid employee and I'm just a volunteer.
Okay. Do you recall taking him up on that offer and meeting with him?
No, I mean, like I say, we're just treading water here, right? We're just trying to keep our heads above water on SR1. There's so much information and, you know, I'm doing my best as a community volunteer to keep our community up to date. My priority is not in, and I don't even know, honestly, I don't even know how I could meet on behalf of an entire community and speak to what we want out of SR1 in an engagement process like you've engaged in with the Susina or with other stakeholders like Rocky View County. I don't think that's our role. That's my role. I view my role throughout this entire process. It seems like maybe this is one-sided. Do you know what I'm saying? I feel like Mr. Hebert has identified me as some sort of important person, and I don't have that same view of my role in dealing with the government. Do you know what I'm saying? I just think there's been a case of misguided expectations potentially on both sides, and honestly, our philosophy. And now I'm going to just speak as my Springbank Community Association role. Our priority has always been hit those regulatory deadlines. It has not been engage with Alberta Transportation because fundamentally we don't agree this is the right project. And so for us to spend time one-on-one with Matthew Hebert and even the project team to understand what's the point.
I understand perfectly.
And frankly, you know, those engagements, I feel like those opportunities, although he did ask me the one time to meet, and to be honest, I think you just have to take into account, I'm not getting paid to do this. I have a million other things in my life, and those regulatory deadlines have above all taken priority to everything. So, you know, I would just say, I know Matthew's his intent is good. He's been very much an improvement over the prior government in terms of his willingness to reach out, at least keep me updated. And I appreciate that. And that's how I sort of looked at it. But fundamentally, having a view that this is wrong for a community, it creates this situation. And how do you even manage that? And how do you find time for that? So, you know, I'm saying to you, I guess it's complex. Like, I think people look at us and think we're, you know, we're organized and we're like a corporation. We're volunteers. We're just trying to do the best we can. Do you know what I mean?
I understand. So Zoom host, if we can just go down to the next page, you can see page 5 at the top there. And that's good. So would you confirm for me, Ms. Hunter, that again, on July 25, 2019, Mr. Hebert offered to meet with the Springbank Community Association?
You're on mute, Ms. Hunter. Ms. Hunter, you're on mute.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Ms. Hunter? Yeah.
Sorry, I was trying to get my screen larger. Yes, but you know, I think this speaks to the same issue, Mr.
Okay.
Fitch.
So same answer to the last question then.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. And if we can carry on down to the bottom of that page, please, Zoom host. A little farther there. So under the heading December 4, 2019, you, I think, will confirm for me that on that date, Mr. Hebert provided to you the draft guiding principles and directions for land use document?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And
That's correct.
If we can scroll down a little farther.
Yeah, and I appreciated that. It's nice to stay up to date.
Right. And then you also see the note that Mr. Hebert advised that he was available to meet with you to discuss the draft guiding principles and to respond to any other questions you had about the project, right?
Okay. I don't, to be crystal clear, I'm just trying to stay on top of this all, right? Like, I don't know how much time of the day you guys think I have to meet and go over all of this. Mr. Hebert offered to meet. It's not the same as proposing a time for a meeting and saying, hey, Karen, I'll be in Calgary. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, our focus has been so much on meeting these regulatory deadlines, which are quite overwhelming. And again, and you know, I think the community as a whole needs to be engaged, and perhaps somewhere along the way, like I said, that seems to have fallen to me, and I don't know how that happened. Like, I don't know the outcomes of or how we got here, and I just think it's a misguided expectation that what do you want me to do about this, right? Sorry,
okay,
just give me a
I think I understand your position, Ms. Hunter. That's okay. Mr. Chair, I'm just going to consult with Mr. Hebert for one moment before I go any further. Just 1 second.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Interject that. And I want to clarify this. I do not speak on behalf of all landlords. That's impossible for me to do. I'm not able to negotiate on their behalf.
Excuse me, I think somebody needs a mute on their thing. Unless there's some intent that you're asking us questions, but okay.
Mr. Chair, it's Gavin Fitch again. Mr. Chair, those are all our questions for Ms. Hunter. Ms. Hunter, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fitch. Ms. Hunter, I'll just check with staff and panel to see if we have any questions on behalf of the NRCB. Mr. Kennedy?
I have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Vance?
I also do not have questions. Thank you.
Ms. Roberts?
I just have one question. It's just a little bit of detail. You had mentioned about historical resources, and yesterday Mr. Secord had talked about a condition about gathering them. I was just wondering if you also had any thoughts, or if your team had any thoughts as to where and how those might be housed, where they might be located, and so on.
Thank you for your question. Jan, can you speak to that? Our historical society is working on a few historical projects. Go ahead, Jen.
And for the record, this is Ms. Erisman.
Yeah, and I'm part of the Springbank Historical Society, and there also is a Bragg Creek Historical Society. I'm sorry that we don't have any plans, because we were told in all the documentation that there wasn't any history. And with research, we had found that there's a lot of history before Alberta existed that happened in this area. But until the SIA report came out and said that there were 14 historical structures and 22 archaeological sites, that we were told by, in the reports I'd read, there was just nothing. So, no, we hadn't even thought of where we would put it. And in the situation, should this project go ahead, I think that would have to be part of the planning process, and that would be great if we could protect the cowboy history and the Indigenous history.
Okay, thank you. That's
Thanks.
all. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Mr. Sorosi
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
and Mr. Heaney.
I have no questions.
Okay, and I have no questions, Ms. Hunter, so thank you very much. And thanks for the time and effort that you put into this panel and previous panel as well. Mr. Secord, did you have any redirect?
I have no redirect, sir. Thank you.
Okay. It is time for a break for lunch. Mr. Wagner, you had direct ready and you'll be ready after lunch. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, I will.
Okay. So we'll have Mr. Wagner after lunch and we'll resume the hearing at 1:15. Thanks, everybody. See you in about an hour.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Weed.
Not a problem.
One-minute warning, and we'll get the hearing started for the afternoon.
Good afternoon, Justin. I'm just checking the sound. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Justin.
Good afternoon, Ms. Vespa.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you. Welcome.
Thank you.
And Ms. Gagnon, is that right? Do we have? Is that who's on for document management this afternoon?
Yes, that's right, Peter.
Ah, okay. Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. So we've got a couple items left for topic area 2. So that's Mr. Wagner's direct, and then if there is any rebuttal evidence by Alberta Transportation. So Mr. Wagner, are you online?
Mr. Chair, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can very clearly. Thank you. And Ms. Vespa, Mr. Wagner needs to be sworn in.
I believe I have a Bible. You see?
Well, I know. Is your video on, by the way, Mr. Wagner?
I thought it was. Just let me check.
Mr. Weeb, I'm not sure. I see your name on one of the tiles, but I don't see video. So if you it's video there, it is not right now.
We're in the country, so I'm wondering if that's a internet speed issue, because it does say that my video is on.
Yeah, do you want to just turn it off and turn it back on again?
Most certainly.
There we go.
Better?
Yes.
Hey, I see my happy face. Well, semi-happy. I have a Bible.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you are about to give touching the matters in question will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, and Mr. Wagner, you can leave your video. It is freezing, but your voice is coming through fine, so that's fine. As you say, it may be your internet connection speed. Now you had kind of carried over from topic area 1 into two, and that you had requested only 5 minutes in each. Did you have just a rough feel for how long you would like to take today for direct?
I doubt very much if I'll be more than 5 minutes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and that's fine, just to get an idea. Yep. Thanks a lot. Yep. Please proceed.
If I could get the document manager to bring up, and again, I struggle with this, but Exhibit 327, please. Yes, this is the right one this time, Mr. Chair. I'll give further instructions as I go through. My wife and I are out in Springbank, and we've been here since roughly 1992. My wife grew up in Springbank and graduated from Springbank High. And as a struggling young couple, we purchased a mobile home or modular home and moved it to the heritage land, which we're now on in 1992. After a few successful businesses, we built our current house, and that's the one that we live in, and that was done in 2000. I can't overemphasize what is being asked of us. We are being asked to give up 4 generations of community, our retirement home, our dream location, all for the public good. Yes, we can replace our house. It's a thing. And things can be replaced, but it is nearly impossible for us to replace our location, and definitely impossible to replace the heritage. We have never had flooding, ever. In fact, we watched as the seasonal creek in front of our house swelled to over 100 meters, and that's actually the background that you see behind me is the 2013 flood. There was no water in our yard, and we asked a number of local people where to build our house, and that's, we obviously got good advice, don't have any problems. In the preceding days of the NRCB submission, I find disclosures that SR1 has a maximum capacity higher than the design. I continue to be confused by the maps. Some have our house in the footprint, some don't. I really wished I had a bigger brain. I have to say we have some huge decisions ahead of us if the NRCB is to approve this project. Decisions I wish on no one. Would be nice to have the facts available to be able to make those decisions. If I could bring up page 100 of the document. And can you, it's been discussed as the fingers, can you expand this map to as large as you can with the fingers showing? Keep expanding. Thank you. I'd like to draw your attention to the SR1. It's a house location. On there, it's a little triangle. We have two houses on our property. That actually happens to be the location of our rental. We're the next finger over. So basically, there's hundreds of maps, and our current house is not even on the NRC maps. Thank you very much for your time. I wish to be open for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Ms. Loudon?
We do not have any questions for Mr. Wagner. Thank you.
Mr. Secord?
No questions, sir.
Ms. Senek?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Cassano?
No questions. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Fitch or Mr. Kulak?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. It's Mr. Fitch. I wonder if the board might give me the indulgence of 1 or 2 minutes while I confer with Mr. Hebert, and we can decide whether or not we have any questions for Mr. Wagner.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman?
Yes.